Well, there you all are. Well, welcome in to Waking After the Watchtower. Why, we really got a good program coming up here tonight. We have Eric. He's a former Jehovah's Witness. He's coming in from Tennessee. He's originally from Rhode Island. He's a New England guy, and we have a lot in common. But Eric wants to do the program tonight. Now, we're doing something different tonight. Usually late at night, people call in. People sometimes they're drinking too much, sometimes they're just spaced out for some reason or another, and they come on, they cause all kinds of problems. But what we got Eric doing tonight, if you want to come in and you want to say hello to Eric, you want to talk to Eric, look at the YouTube description box, and all you have to do is hit that link, and that'll bring you into StreamYard. And when you come into StreamYard, you can come on in video, or you can choose, or you can come on without coming on video. You can just come on in audio. So you can choose. So if you're thinking, well, I'm not, my hair looks lousy, my makeup on, don't worry. You can choose whether you want to come in video or audio. So this is the first time we're going to try this. We're going to see if it goes over well, but we're not going to allow everyone to call in tonight and give Eric problems. So let's bring Eric on right now and see what's going on in his world. Hello, Eric.
Hey, how you doing, buddy?
Well, cranking away at Eric. So anyways, we're moving forward. Lots of people coming through here tonight. So what's on your program tonight, Eric?
Just before I get to that, just to answer Tim T's comment, yes, you can listen to the program on the phone. You just can't comment. If you decide you want to give a comment, come out on the link on StreamYard and I'll let you in. So anyways, tonight's program, it's been talked about so much lately, and I've talked about it before too on other programs on the Six Screens, but we're going to talk about domestic violence in the Jehovah's Witness organization, because there's so many stories for it. And it even got mentioned a little bit tonight when we were talking about, I think it might have been that brother, the director, I can't remember his name, but he said that he was talking about how, and I'm laughing and I shouldn't be, it's like a nervous laugh, but how the kids would be like, oh, you're going to kill me. Don't hit, someone save me. Mommy, daddy, somebody save me, because they were getting beat. And I'm glad it was brought up tonight, because that made us immune to it. And then we're going to talk about that tonight. We're going to talk about all, and it's not just Jehovah's Witnesses religion. It's a lot of religions that have done that over the years. Not all of them, or mostly cults. But anyways, Rick, that's going to be our theme tonight.
Well, now I'll tell you, we do have, looks like Tim coming in from Australia. Can you see that?
Let's see here. Yes, I can. And here he is. Let's see. Add to stage.
Yeah, add to stage.
All right. All right.
Yeah. So he's not coming on video. He's just coming on sound. When you see that circle, that's just sound. So that's what you have to do. If you see.
You hear Tim?
Go ahead, Tim. Speak up. Well, let's see. Give him a second.
I did hear something. He might not be ready to talk, but.
All right. Well, I'm going to pass it. I'm going to go out. I'm here if you need me. I'll be watching and monitoring it. And so we'll see what happens. But Tim is on. Give him a chance to speak up. So let's do that. And you're on. I'm here if you need me, Eric.
All right. Well, hello, everyone. It's good to be here tonight. And this is a different way of doing it. I can see the comments a little better. I'm just going to fix something on my end real quick, if you guys don't mind. This helps me see the comments even better. All right. Anyways, yeah, so domestic violence, even just how kids were raised, and in the organization, I think if you, what I have written down here as a note, if you're the type of person that says, gee, I when I was a kid, I really deserved getting beat up because I needed it. My parents were really hard on me, but they beat me pretty bad, but I needed it. I was really rebellious. That's like a sign of abuse that you've accepted, and that you have you've allowed to see it as normality, really. And I definitely just thought that that's how things were, how kids were raised. I don't have children of my own. But it was normal as kids. And then, like I brought up earlier, and Rick's brought up several times on the show, all the kids that were screaming and, "Oh, don't hit me! Oh my God, someone help!" It's awful because we accepted all of this, and that's just the beginning of it. And from my end, I have I've told this before on the six screens, but my wife and I have abuse from all sides of our families. It's on her side of both sides of her family and both sides of my family. And my family is really bad. It goes out to the other family members that are Jehovah's Witnesses too. Believe it or not, the worldly ones, right? The so-called worldly ones, because my family was kind of torn in half. We're a very large Italian family on my mother's side, and half of them are witnesses and half aren't. And it's just interesting that where was I going with this? Sorry, let me look at my note. Oh, yeah. It's just interesting that this abuse that happens, it becomes so natural that, like, for instance, my uncle, right? Now, my uncle, he's my second uncle, so he would be my grandfather's brother, and he was just as violent as my grandfather, who was an elder, and this guy was a ministerial servant. He was worse than my grandfather, and he had two sons and two daughters. Now, there's something weird in my family specifically, and I know everybody's like, well, that's your family, but it just let me build up to it. Just on that one side of the family, then he had two sons and two daughters. He never touched the daughters, and he beat the living hell out of the two sons. The two sons never became Jehovah's Witnesses. The daughters stayed Jehovah's Witnesses and were spoiled brats and threw their brothers under the bus all the time because, what's your problem? But they didn't get it because they weren't hurt. Now, the abuse was so bad. I've heard the stories, but then my uncle even told me a story about the same uncle. And apparently my grandfather and my mother and my uncle lived with or lived together, excuse me. Sorry, I have a first uncle and a second uncle. So it gets Uncle John and my mother lived with Uncle Tony, the second Uncle Tony. And they all lived together, right? This family. When my family moved from Texas back to Rhode Island. And my uncle was 18 years old. And at the time in Rhode Island, in the state of Rhode Island, I don't know, I guess it was the 70s or the 80s. I'm not sure. I'm not quite sure my uncle's age anymore. But around then, it was 18 years old to drink, and he was at the bar, and he came home pretty hammered. And my uncle said, my second uncle, so Uncle Tony, the owner of the house, the ministerial servant, said to my uncle, my first Uncle John, he said to him, "Where have you been all night?" And he says, I've been out. And he said, "Who the hell do you think you are coming in to this house at this whatever such and such time of morning?" And he said, "I won't swear, y'all, but I'll bleep it out." He said, "I'm John Mother effing Matarese." And my uncle cocked back his arm. He's a big dude. We called him the Bull. He's Uncle Bull, And Bull came back and whacked him. He knocked him out. He was drunk, and my uncle was arrogant and just. But we all laugh about it. And then I think what happened the next day is he knocked him so hard. I mean, he had a welt, and he knocked him out unconscious. And my cousins, my second cousins, they were much younger, like 13 and 11, and they robbed him and took all his money and got penny candy back in the day when there was such a thing. And the reason why I'm bringing all this up, and it's a long story, I know, is just because my uncle would laugh about it, and he would say, "I deserved it," saying that. He didn't deserve it. A strong Christian man, you wouldn't knock a weak drunk person out that can't defend themselves just because they cursed at you. I mean, that's not Christ-like. That's the horrible. And this guy was a servant. And my grandfather was the same way. Now, he had two kids, and he didn't touch my mother, but he beat the shit out of my uncle. And I found out that it was a thing with my family that when my great grandfather died, my great grandmother ran the roost, and my grandfather became head of the house because the other two oldest went to war. And then when my grandfather went to the North Korean War, or was it North or South? I don't remember back in the day. But the Korean War it was called. He ended up going over there, becoming a cook, and then coming back and eventually getting baptized and becoming an elder. But the abuse is all the same. It's like they respected the women and they could never touch a woman, but when it came to the sons, it was just they didn't care. They hurt them bad. My every single person from my grandfather is an alcoholic. All the males, including myself. Um, they the beating and the same with my uncle Tony. The beatings were so bad that one brother, he lives in a trailer out in California. He left when he was 18 years old, and he hitchhiked and got the heck out of Wachtower, got out of Dodge, got out of that abusive household, and he doesn't have a great life. But I don't know. We don't talk much. But my other cousin, he couldn't handle what happened to him. And another topic that was talked about tonight was heroin on that director's show with Barbara Anderson. And my cousin abused heroin, and he got clean, and he still drank, and he got into a bad accident, and his liver was shot to hell, and he ended up needing to have a liver transplant, and he died because of drug abuse. I know it's a long story, but all of these stories are building up to just a very unanimous decision that there's abuse in Watchtower, at least on our sides of the family. My wife's side, I won't go too far into it, but my father-in-law, like I've said on the show before, he's Hurricane Gary. And I know this feels like just bashing of people, but it's not. This is the reality of what's been happening behind the curtains of the Watchtower, behind closed doors of even our families and what happens. And it kind of sucks to talk about, but it is important. And I don't think my family would ever know about this, us hearing about it, because they can't even look at apostate material, but everything is the truth. And Desiree and I, both in our childhoods, were succumbed to both physical and mental abuse from our parents, passed on from our history. Get Hurricane Gary, my father-in-law, his father died at a very young age, and that's what caused his anger. And then being raised in the cult and being raised with a single Jehovah's Witness mother. But that's what that's kind of the basis of how we just see so much violence. And then we connect all the dots, and I see other families with similar issues. I knew an elder who was so angry. He he always was proud that he wasn't like his father. And it's like, well, your father was a mafia man. He was a connected man. He wasn't just an associate. He was made, and he died from the mafia. They killed him. And to compare yourself to a guy who was so angry and violent is not really a good thing in any measure. Because I would see this elder, he would get angry at his wife, right? I was a teenager, and I'd be over there. And sure, the witnesses don't always swear. They do swear when the heat gets hot, when the fire gets going. But sure, there's certain things that they don't do, but the behavior at the household. This elder, right? I was 16. I was hanging out with the sons. It was after school, and maybe 15. I don't know, somewhere around there. And he came home to the wife and said to her, "What have you done all day?" Mind you, there wasn't dinner on the table, but the house was impeccably clean, and the kids did eat lunch. We all ate lunch from her, and I felt uncomfortable from the energy of the room. And then he got mad, and he took his elder's bag and he threw it like halfway across the yard, and we were all impressed how far Josh and Brandon's dad could throw. Those elders' bags were heavy as hell. But I'm not trying to just make this a soap opera, but there is a connection here with, shoot, I could bring up another story with the Duarts, the poor Duarts. That family was torn to shreds, and there was violence in that family too. There was an explosion when elders went too far. And there was physical violence where the cops had to be called. And this is Jehovah's Witnesses. I won't go too far in the details, but just to give you guys an idea. But I mean, one of the biggest things that I'd like to say from Desiree's end, and this is the reason why, and I don't care if he's listening, and the reason why Gary Haug, my father-in-law, Desiree's mother, has never been disfellowshipped for all the heinous acts that he did of violence. And I'm not saying I'm not guilty of things either, but I paid my time. This man was so intimidating when he was younger because he wasn't obese at the time, and he was a very large man, 5'10", 5'11", and just a bull, very very big chested, someone you don't want to mess with, especially when he was angry and drunk. And that's what Desiree had to be surrounded by. Her childhood was even worse than mine. Everything would be broken. The man was a maniac, and sure, everyone changes, gets older and slower and wiser. But Watchtower, it's not always that way. There's a lot of negativity that just runs through. But that's kind of my introduction to talk about for now. And again, I'm not trying to just bitch and moan of what's happening in our lives, but I'm sure there's so many people out there that have similar stories or no stories, and it's a problem. And Watchtower really needs to examine themselves and say, what are we doing? But we already know that they're from Jeffrey Winder that nor do is an apology needed, according to him. So is there someone on the line that wanted to, is that you, Tim? Did you want to say something? I can hear a little noise in the background, but let me just make sure. Let me, Grace from Sweden wants to say something. Let me let her in. Hi, Grace. How you doing? Are you there? Or Tim? Okay. Well, I'm new at this and I'm trying it, y'all, but I do hear someone in the background. It's weird.
Hello.
Yeah.
Let's see now. Hello.
Yes. Hello. Yep. Hi.
Yes. Here's what I'm thinking. I noticed this in myself. I'm not saying it's an excuse, but I do think it's a contributing factor. And I'm not saying that it affects everybody, but just the sheer pressure of having to be like a robot. You have to be perfect all the time, clean the home, bake cookies, go to all the meetings, do your job, take care of children. I mean, I noticed this in myself that sometimes this pressure of doing everything all at once and thinking of Armageddon all the time, it made me get this really angry inside just from the sheer stress. And I think that some men, it can be women also, of course, they crack under the pressure and it can come out as a physical abuse and also verbal abuse. Well, thank you.
Thanks, Grace. Yeah, I agree. All of the fear mongering is a form of abuse too. How many of us had our parents threaten us to ground us if we didn't study our Watchtower? How about grounding or even getting spanked for not commenting? Right. My mother, she is very much bought into the hierarchy in the Myers-Briggs personality type. She is an ESFJ. And that might not mean anything to anyone listening, but she is a busybody and very much she is just very much into social settings all the time and is addicted to the dopamine that she gets from people and not always wise of her surroundings. But anyways, I get off point. But I agree with you, Grace. My mother used to threaten me to call. I'm not alive anymore. He was old back then. When you know somebody and they were always old, and then 20 years go by and they're still old, But yeah, anyways, Yeah, she used to threaten me with I'm going to call Tom Tip Lady until I got old enough to realize she was full of shit. And I would say, you know what, call him. And then she said, oh, never mind. I saw her energy change. She immediately dropped her behavior. And a lot of it has to do with our parents using that as a tool, like Grace was saying, and it got us angry and it got us upset and agitated, almost like when the scripture says, right, to respect your parents, but it also says to not irritate your children. But anyhow, let's see what's going on in the comments section. I'm just going to scroll here a little bit. Oh, hey, Bob Roberts. I'll say hi to some people. Hi, Beverly and Ron Hubbard. Tim T, of course. So, hi, Ruby Quinn, Daisy, John Marciano, and of course, Grace and Tim T. Papillion Blue. But hello, everyone. It's good to have you here. This is a place to come to, to get things off your chest, to heal, talk to friends. Hope the topic's not too downsome tonight, but it just goes to show, though, that there's a lot of people that are suffering in the Watchtower. A lot of people, a lot of families that have a lot of these issues, and of course, it's not just Watchtower; it's other cults too. I've heard stories of is it the Hasidic Jews, or I can't remember, one of the Jewish cults or whatever, and the Mormons. They can be pretty rough. Well, my grandfather, not on my mother's side, but on my grandfather's side, he was violent as well. He was really bad. He hurt my dad so bad that my dad feels like he needs weed, like I do, from it, because it was the only time that he could kind of mellow out. He has PTSD from the beatings. He when he used to tell me what his dad did to him, and then he would beat me up just the same. I mean, like, it's like, Dad, I'm a hemophiliac. I don't think I see good in my father. I see no good in my mother at all. I think my father just needs to heal and needs to wake up and get out of the spell. We're all under a spell where we think what we're doing is for the greater good. We're beating our children so they can shut up to listen to programming, and the kids can't hear this. Let me see if there's anybody trying to get on. Ron Hubbard. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Here you go. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, how you
I didn't
doing,
see you there.
everybody?
Sorry, man.
That's all right. Can you hear me?
Yeah, good to see you face to face.
Yeah, it's really nice to have the StreamYard up. So I kind of
Cool.
just wanted to come on and give my little something I left out when I did my story a couple weeks ago, or maybe it was a month ago now. I don't know. But on the Six Screen Sunday, there was one time where I think, if I remember right, I was about 11. And well, first of all, I never really got beat too much per se, but once in a while, my mom and dad, when I was in the single digits, I guess they cracked a belt to me every now and then, and I don't even remember what I did, to deserve that. But I of course didn't enjoy it, but it's always the whole this is gonna hurt me more than it hurts you type of deal, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that stopped when I was about 11, and my mom came upstairs to my room and she tried to beat me, and I wouldn't let her do it, and I kind of pushed her away, and I don't remember exactly what happened that night after that. However, I do remember what happened a few days after that. There was an older elder in our congregation named John Doherty, and we called him Brother Doherty. He was, as you said, he was old when I was a kid, and when I got older, he was still old. He was that brother, and she had him come over one night, and I guess have a conference with me, and I specifically remember my mom mentioning the fact that to Brother Doherty, John Doherty, when I was sitting there listening about that incident, and she said, he pushed me. That's exactly how she said it.
Wow.
And I don't remember what happened after that, or what John Doherty said to me at that time, but I just thought it was interesting to remember that.
Yeah, thanks, Aaron. I love hearing people's stories. We all have them. All of us, you
Right.
know. How I didn't get to hear your story on, was it Sunday that you gave your story with Anne-Marie?
Yeah, it was 2
Yeah.
Sundays ago, so I guess it was a
Okay.
month ago now.
I'll have to check it out. Yeah, definitely, man. Sundays are tough for me. That's a lazy
Right.
Sunday. But great to have you on the program. And I love. How long have you been out? Just to recap for people in the audience.
I've been out since '06, so I'm 18 years now.
Oh wow,
Now,
yeah, you've been out a long time.
yeah, and I'll be 41 soon. So it's
Okay, we're about
I've
the
had
same age.
yeah. I mean, I've had a few good years, but yeah, it's just been interesting. I guess we all would do things differently if we could go back, but you know we can't. So we have to make the best of what's in the future, right?
For sure, man. You know, it's corny, but there was a clip that I watched from Star Trek. I don't remember which one, but it was with the old school William Shatner, and there was like some kind of guy alien thing that was going to wipe all of their pain and suffering away that's ever happened to him. And Captain Kirk explains how he is the man that he is from his pain, and how he would be nowhere without it. And he gets angry and he goes, I don't want him to take away my pain. I need my pain. But if you think about it, for all the bad things that have happened, if we can self-reflect and look on that, and then we become a beautiful person from it. And like, well, what the that guy today that was with Barbara Anderson, not forgive me for not remembering his name. He was saying how so much beautiful poetry and music and movies have come from ex-Jehovah's Witnesses, or people who left from that pain, from those experiences, you know. But not that we want to go through it.
Yeah, I'm a big Star Trek fan.
You know the
pretty
scene
much
I'm
all-
talking about.
If it was from the original series, I might not remember it that well because I think
Okay.
I've only seen the original series once, clear through. But
Gotcha.
yeah, I'm more into like the Next Generation, Deep Space Nine, Voyager, and some of the newer ones like Picard. And
I did
watched-
grow up with not Deep Space, well, that one too, but what was the first one? Oh, Next Generation. Yeah, that was a big one. Like, remember, like, we grew up in the same time period because I'm 42, and
Yeah.
if there was nothing on, you know, you'd watch whatever's on. I grew to like Star Trek at that time. I tend to like the older stuff. Up like, and then it kind of dropped off after the 90s, 2000. Anyways, but yeah, man, thanks for sharing your story and coming on with us. But I thought let me see if there's anything in the comment sections. Anybody that wanted to say something? What does God need with a starship? I don't know. I don't see anything else on here. I think Rick's phone line went out. Oh, he might interrupt us for a little bit until he sees that.
I do think
I had a feeling that the phone line was going to crash.
is that Grace?
Yeah.
No, is someone trying to? I think Grace is still on. Yes, yeah, Grace is still on. Oh, is that her that's doing that? I can boot her off.
Okay.
Grace,
So,
go ahead, Rick.
so what we'll do is we're gonna reset the phone line just for them to listen, but they won't be able to call in. We're just gonna stay with the StreamYard. But you'll hear this. I'll try to keep as low as I can, but we got to reactivate the phone again so people can listen in. So let's do that. All right. So go ahead, carry on.
That's a great comment. Star Trek, the overlapping generation. That's a star. What does Rick say? Rick say, "I'll give you an A1 or a star for that." A1 comment or a star for. That's great.
Remember,
That's what we're here for, to have fun, everyone. You know.
except on all noises in the background.
I guess he's still fixed. Yeah, that'll fade in 1 second. Eric, my elders said they will never allow holidays celebrating, or they'll never celebrate holidays. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see what happens, right, Booker T. Adams? I'll highlight that for you real quick. Yeah, we don't know. What do you think, Aaron? You think holidays will come back?
Because your storage is full.
I mean, I think it's kind of cliche, but if we look back at even just a year and a half to 2 years ago, or I don't even think it's been that long. Maybe let's say go back a year ago and say, you know, if I went back and told myself that the JWs would be allowed to wear beards, the sisters would be allowed to wear pants, and all these other things that have been happening in less than a year from now, I would have called you crazy, and you should be in the looting bin. So it's kind of like we can't say it won't happen, because especially if they've hired this PR firm, like has been said that they did, to kind of try to dig themselves out of the hole, so to speak. But I don't know. I mean, it's like there's so many little things, like which one would they do first? Would they let us celebrate? Would they let them celebrate Christmas? And would, let's say, would the blood doctrine still be in effect at that time? And would the disfellowshipping arrangement still be like it is now, limited association or whatever? Because I don't know how they could justify one and not the other.
They are definitely going to get I think they're definitely going to get division if they do it. So I can't see why they would do it. I really can't, unless they're just so short-sighted on getting that check from Norway. But maybe they're not willing to let go of members. Who knows? And get new ones to make it easier for the youth. Because the future generations are all that matters. And now that they know that Armageddon's not in their near future.
And these are all things that they're going to have to try to use the scriptures to justify why they're changing this policy. And it's, why is it now scriptural when before it wasn't scriptural for all this time? And it doesn't make sense. And Winder can say all he wants, like, oh, we don't owe anybody an apology for any of the things that we've gotten wrong because we're neither inspired nor fallible, blah blah blah. But that's just excuses, in my opinion.
I feel you. It is excuses. And did you hear that they had there was an article in Norway, and they said I have to paraphrase it. I don't have it in front of me, and it was something along the lines that Jehovah's Witnesses lost in Oslo court, and they lacked their shunning policies, and it feels like. And it says after a blow in court. So there was that. After a blow in court that they had, they laxed their shunning policies. And they really didn't lax their shunning policies, because my wife and I are still shunned, and so are so many others. The thing is that they still get to decide who is an apostate. So they still have that power. They didn't let go of anything. It's all a ruse, if you will. Let me see if there's anybody in the comment section. Nobody right now, I don't think. Oh, hi, Jane Spitfire and everybody else. But yeah, what do you guys think? Is there anybody that wants to call in to add to our topic tonight, or anything you want to talk about? But where do you live, by the way, Aaron? Grace. Well, hold on one second, Grace. Sorry.
Delaware. East
Delaware.
Coast.
Okay. Oh, no doubt.
Born and raised.
Yeah, that's cool. I grew up in the East Coast too, in Rhode Island. I was, I don't know. I've been all over the place. I was born in Texas, raised in Rhode Island. I live in Tennessee. But
yeah.
Did you want to say something, Grace? I'm sorry.
I was just trying to add that you can hear me, or?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you.
So I'm just thinking that I don't even recognize this congregation, but about this Africa thing that Pixie brought up, it was 11 years ago when I first time heard this, that they had to sell kingdom halls here in Sweden, which they have done in my city. They sold off a big kingdom hall and they merged congregations and things. And they said, well, we have to build kingdom halls in Africa. That's why we're selling off big property here. We can just rent some place for our assemblies and we can save money on the electric bills and blah, blah. It's just an excuse, because the real money is going to all the lawsuits, of course. And there were so many things. As you may have heard, I have been to a few meetings the last couple of weeks, and I don't even recognize what they are talking about. It's like they are emphasizing about the young ones, how they cannot get tired. They have to keep them in the congregation. And they are emphasizing a lot about how older people to not get tired by budgeting your energy. And it's just, they're talking about how can you do to not get tired. You maybe have self-imposed burdens and you focus too much on result, and it's just, I don't recognize this. I never heard this before. It's just a change, it's a shift in the congregation that I haven't heard before. You can tell that they are desperate. And now they started to say also, like, well, they always said you shouldn't, I guess they have always said you shouldn't get a higher education. But nowadays they say that the money can start to weigh heavily on you. Don't take too much holiday, it can weigh heavily on you. You get in a vicious circle. And now they also said about interest and hobbies. You should instead focus on going in service and spend time with other Jehovah's Witness. And you can just tell they are, you can, it's the speeches are breathing from scale back. And well, I don't know what to say. I will pause now.
Oh, well, I guess I agree with what you were saying. Go ahead, Aaron.
Yeah, I was gonna bring up. I think it was. I don't know which show it was on, but I think I was listening to a show where we were talking about the fact that former kingdom halls are in a lot of places are now becoming and have been becoming churches, and these are buildings that were quote dedicated to Jehovah God, you know, in the past, and now they're being used for quote unquote false worship. So I just think that's kind of and it's happening more than you think, because and not just recently, because when I was in the single digits, we used to go to an old Kingdom Hall named the Newport Hall, and after that, at some point they built the hall in Northeast Wilmington, and we started going to that one, and then later on they built another hall nearer to us, so we started going to that one. But the hall in Newport, not only did it have windows, but it also, like I said, became a church. It was sold and became a church afterwards, and this was over 30 years ago. So
Where was this?
In northern Delaware, a place
Oh,
called
okay.
Newport. Yeah,
Newport. Yeah.
Yep.
Is it a nice neighborhood, Newport?
It's decent. Yeah,
It's decent. Yeah.
but
Yeah.
I just feel like it was too small of a location for them at the time. So
Well, it's just interesting because the coincidence that there's a Newport, Rhode Island, and that congregation has windows. I think it still exists. And the congregation that I went to had these big, long windows, 2 of them. They were gigantic with these huge curtains, and the glass was really thick. Like if a stone hit it, it'd barely do anything to it. I think we had something that looked like bullet holes, and oh, there was another window. That's right. There's 3. Then there's a big one. So if there's 4 walls, basically, because they make them so ridiculous. But there's like 4. If there's 4 walls, there's a window in the back and 2 on the sides, and then the front is just for screens and whatever, just a platform. But a Kingdom Hall that didn't have windows, I've never been a part of that, except at Warren, Rhode Island, when I was a little kid for a few years. That is depressing.
I guess maybe it depends
It's
on
like
what
prison.
whether
Yeah, like Maverick says, a Kingdom Hall with windows, like it doesn't happen very often. But I think they're changing now, so like you said, they can flip it. You know, they can flip the property easier if the members don't. You know, if they make it more neutral. I've heard of cannabis dispensaries buying them out, which would make a good store if the Kingdom Hall was big enough. You know, a good storefront from your cannabis business. But still, for someone that wasn't involved with the world, they sure are balls deep in it. Pardon my French.
Yeah, and it wouldn't surprise me if when they sell some of these buildings that whatever age they are that don't have windows, it wouldn't surprise me
Yeah.
if they not hired, but got some brothers together and put windows in it before they sell it just to try to get the best price or something. Or maybe that would depend on whether the society tells them to do that or not. You never know.
Yeah. Jane Spitfire made a good point that maybe the what will happen is each Kingdom Hall, as they make these new rules, will start to have their own rules. I actually agree with that. I think division is going to start. Like someone said in the comments earlier, what did they say about? It passed me. Sorry, but I could see that totally happening. I could see them doing whatever it takes to stay afloat. What do you think?
Yeah. At this point, they know that. Well, I would say what's happening is what's called a critical mass, and
Mm.
it's kind of like star terminology, but it what have I think it means the energy just builds up and builds up and builds up, and at some point it just gets bigger and bigger to the point where it has to release. So I think that's kind of the analogy we can use to say what's been happening over the last 20 some odd years in the XJW community. Like we're finally starting to make a difference, and when we start making a difference, look out, and that's probably what's happening now, and that's now they have to do all this damage control, and at least that's the way it looks like to us.
At least we're rent free in their heads, I believe. I am heavily involved in Quora, and I'm brutally honest. If anybody ever sees my screen name, Ricky Bobby, on there, I'm brutally honest with the witnesses, telling them that blatantly that they're covering up child sex abuse, and they see it as hatred. And it's so disturbing that instead of showing them scriptures for why they do things, they send this long message to you, and it's an advertisement. And at the bottom, it'll have a link in jw.org, and it's like this is beyond damage control. This is deceiving people. This is you knowing the truth about the so-called truth and actively deceiving. I don't know who these people are. If they don't work for Watchtower, get paid, but they could be Bethelites, or they could be circuit overseers or pioneers, or who knows. I don't know who's doing this, but they're I've made a ruckus in this community of Quora, and a lot of other people are siding with me and calling the witnesses out. What they do on Quora is they'll either get back to you and ask you a question and then give an answer as well, but they'll disable the comments. And almost all of them do it. I would say 80% of them, 80 to 90% of them all give a comment and then hide and cower and disable the comments. And it's sad, because if you were really Christ's disciples, you could fight for the truth. You wouldn't run and hide. You'd pick up that Bible and be confident to share your faith. But they don't even know what they believe anymore. I think they're so confused. So I think that's why there will be division, like Jane Spitfire was saying. I think that certain people are going to be like, I'll never do that, or no, we're never going to celebrate Christmas, or I'm never going to shave my beard. These are all petty things, but I think it could all add up to major division, major problems for it, because we've been indoctrinated for decades of how it is, and now they want to just rip it, like just pull the Band-Aid right off. Basically, we'll see, right?
Yeah, and the thing that gets me sad is that somebody trying to say something.
Yeah, someone's trying to speak up.
About the beards, I would like to make a comment, because I noticed in our meeting in my city, there were actually two, the top leader and helper. They both had beards, and when we were that was the when we were at the other one was the zone meeting, and the other one was the circuit assembly. And I noticed, like, it's almost like if you have a beard now, you might be on the stage. And it used to be like if you have a beard, you're not allowed on the stage. Now it's opposite. And it all shifted when this governing body member had the beard on jw.org. But there was another point I wanted to bring up. Just overall, I don't recognize the organization anymore. You have to realize I'm not the kind of person who just sit and wander off in my thoughts. When I'm at the meeting, I'm so focused on what they are saying that you couldn't believe me if I told you. I'm not going to say anything because I don't want people to know who I am here in Sweden in case they are listening to me. But anyway, what they said was also that we don't report the time in service anymore. And they were like, well, if you get tired, perhaps you are focusing too much on results. And this is it's like they are blaming the members, like if you are tired, maybe you are focusing too much on results. But they were the ones who were focusing on results. They had a yearbook and they printed out every time in service in how many Bible studies, and they were the one who were focusing so much on results. And now they are telling the congregation that perhaps you are focusing too much on results. It's just a big shift. And this one time I noticed this, I mean, way back. This is way back. They used to blame the people like, well, it was just a few witnesses who running around said the world will end. And they made the mistake and it wasn't us. But in fact, they were in there was a red book, was it called the big red book? There was God's Sons of Freedom
Revelation.
or
Oh,
something. Huh?
I was going to say Revelation book when you said red, but never mind.
No, it's God's Sons Freedom or something. And it
That's
was
before
page
my time.
28 to 31. There was actually a counting about 1975.
I
But
think it
then
was
when
called
I talk to them, they blame the members, or some members made the mistake when they were actually the leading. Here's what they do. They always blame the congregation, like you are doing this.
Like 75.
Mm-hmm.
They blamed all the witnesses for 1975. And I just watched a video today. I don't remember who did it, and that showed. It reminded me because I've seen it before, but it showed Fred Franz not only say the year, but the day and the month and the time. He said at sunup or whatever, or sundown. No, sundown. He said sundown at this such and such date. I didn't have it memorized. In 1975, Christ's rule will be here. The Armageddon, the Great Tribulation, all of it.
That was Fred Franz.
Yeah, that was Fred Franz.
Wow, that's interesting because
yeah, and he talks like a 1950s gangster. I guess he was born in the late 1800s, but he's like in the year 1975. Yeah, you see. You dirty rats will all be perished that didn't belong to the Watchtower. Sorry, everyone. I'm just playing around. So that's that was our fearless leader.
Yeah, because Anne Marie came on the show, I don't know, 2 or 3 months ago. She was talking to this older gentleman who was in his 70s, and it was right here on the 6 screens.
Jay.
And she gave the personal account of what happened to her when she was young. I guess she met Fred Franz, and she gave really good impressions of him too. But he was
nice.
she said he was up on the stage saying, "Why did 1975? Why did nothing happen? Because you wanted it to happen." And she said that's what he said. And now for him to say that, and then had predicted a certain time and day before that, well, that's just I don't know what to think about that.
Right. Tim T from Australia. I wasn't sure if you were trying to get in. I had you in, and then you went away, and I went back to the studio and found you. But sorry if you've been trying to say something. I'm new to this, but I'm figuring it out. But anyways, I'm not putting them on the spot. Fred Franz was vice president in 1975. Yeah, they did weird things back then. I guess, I don't know. Was there a governing body in the 70s? I think there was, but there wasn't in the 50s in Rutherford
It started in the 70s.
The 70s, okay. That makes sense. The elder arrangement, that's when that started too. My grandfather was one of the newer ones because he became an elder right around that time period. He, if it wasn't for him, he actually kind of broke me a little bit and didn't mean to. But he told me a different story when I was a child. I was a young teenager, and we made a habit of having sleepovers at grandma and grandpa's house, and just me or sometimes my brother and I. And he had me in the garden with him, and we'd talk. And he told me that in 1975, the governing body got too excited and said that the end was coming, and a lot of people he told me that a lot of people put things on hold, jobs, their teeth, it stumbled a lot of people. And he said that they made a mistake and that it was Jehovah cleaning the house, and that the people because he told me there was a massive exodus, because I think there was 300,000, and they had a mass exodus. And he told me that, and he said it was because Jehovah was cleaning the house and he was seeing who was loyal and who wasn't. It never settled well with me. And then I remember that story after I started waking up in my process, and I'm like, okay, he had some of it right, but not all of it, because now they don't even admit that. Now they just say, oh, it's a bunch of people that got too excited in the Kingdom Hall.
Well, they always blame the members, and now as you brought
Right.
that up, they actually they brought up Revelation 2:18, and God's Son has eyes like fire, and Jesus' eyes will burn away the things that how you say, pollute the congregation. So just be calm, and it will be gone soon.
I agree. Maybe we'll see, but they can't last forever. I think the governing body, if there's like a word that I could describe what I feel from them, I can smell fear. They're afraid. They're afraid right now. They are frightened because they're in panic mode. It's obvious. I mean, I don't know why. Like if all right, let's just say if you're a salesman, right, and you go to a client and you're selling whatever you're selling and doing your regular routine, would you ever say to your client, hey Joe, I just want to let you know that I'm really a loyal, faithful salesman to you. I would never lie and never cheat or steal from you. Wouldn't you just be like, well, why would you say that now? Are you lying? I don't know. It's suspicious. It's really sus. It's really suspicious. Hey, Tim from Australia. How you doing, my friend?
Yeah, hi Eric. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Good to see you, man.
Yeah, hey Aaron.
Hi.
Yeah, sorry, I've just got earbuds on. I'm at work.
Oh, no doubt.
But what what I was going to say is about that whole gaslighting thing with victim blaming. They're still doing that. Recently with their changes, if you've got a problem with the changes, it's your fault of how you handle the changes. Which is just insane, really. How is it your fault if you had the idea that years ago that beard stuff and all that was nonsense, but that's kind of what they said. But I was just going to say, I went away for the last few days and I went for a drive, and I seen a few cart witnesses around the place, and yeah, two women, both, well, one was wearing pants and the other one was wearing leggings. And
no kidding.
yeah, and then the only guy that approached, yeah, he had a beard. He took the
Is leggings
wow.
is that like yoga pants? What's leggings?
Oh, kind of, yeah, like long pants, kind of underneath.
Damn, in the ministry.
Yeah.
Not that there's a problem
fully,
with it. It's just that's shocking though.
Yeah, they were fully casual. I couldn't believe it. It's actually disturbing how many carts we saw, because I drove through a lot of kind of small towns, and every single one we saw a cart. And they've got it super easy compared to back in the day. They've got, they pick the nicest spot in the whole town. The most scenic location is where they sit, and aren't proactive. They just sit there and chat to each other, and maybe someone might approach, But the
Yeah.
whole time I was near that cart, no one approached them at all. And then they upped and left. And yeah, the dude that come up, he had a beard, and he took over the cart with his wife or girlfriend or something. I'm like, okay, cool. It's just like, just seeing that small things like that, it goes to show how they hang on people's words, I guess.
Yeah, for sure, man. That's cool. That's a cool story. Thank you. I've noticed the same thing when I see carts.
I'd chat a bit longer, but I'm kind of at work.
Yeah, you want a break?
You can't really see. So I'll just turn the mic and that back off, but good to see you.
Yeah, man. Thanks for calling in, brother. Yeah, good good talking to you, man. Have a good day at work.
Thanks.
All right, peace, brother. Yeah.
Yeah, about
well, there's Tim from Australia. Go ahead.
Yeah, so about the whole leggings thing, I don't know. My thought process is they had to know that this would happen, because first of all, as a man, I'll never understand why women like wearing these tight things, but to men, these things generally look good, and that's just putting it mildly, right? But and then if you think about the fact that they possibly could institute in the future the ability for sisters to marry unbelievers, well, there you go. I mean, a man walks up to a nice sister that's at a cart, and he sees her wearing leggings, and he strikes up a conversation. Before you know it, they want to get hitched, and then she tries to bring him into the organization. So maybe that's their master plan.
Yeah. I'm just going to give a comment to Debbie real quick. She says, how do you join in? I don't see a link. I don't know what's going on. Maybe leave the YouTube channel, Debbie, and come back in and see if it's there. Or if you're in the comment sections, you'll have to hit the X, I think. Hit the X in the comment section, and you might find the link there. But if your comment browser is up, you won't see the link. So if that helps you, Debbie. This is all new for me and all of us. Or some of us, but I see the link on the screen on my end, so I don't know. But anyways, I got off point a little bit. Sorry, y'all.
I just what I did was I clicked.
About this slacks thing, I have seen several beards in my city, but I only saw one woman wearing slacks. And I just feel like there is still I don't think it's a easy thing here in Sweden to just start wearing slacks. I think many women still go by this, that you have to wear a skirt here in Sweden. I will be on the watch for changes, of course.
I'd like to comment on Anna Bizarro Duda. She says, what's with the leggings being hot thing? When I was young in the 80s, leggings were dowdy slobbing around wear, laughing out loud. I watched a video with, and I don't really know why I watched it, because I already seen it. It was the Pillowgate, and it was XJW Panda on YouTube that redid it. And it was actually good that I heard it again for all the ignorant crap that they said in it. They literally, not only did the black guy, sorry for describing him like that, I don't remember his name, Ron maybe, or I'm not sure. But there were two guys. There was Gary Bro that did the men's talk, and the black guy did the women's talk. And he says how, like, a woman wearing provocative clothing can give a man unhealthy desires, and it's like, no, wait a minute. See, this is why I put her comment up there, because these are men in our congregations that are pent up sexually, that are basically creepers, and they're getting turned on by seeing something so innocent, and it's a lack of self-control. That's pretty much what it comes down to. I had to agree with Panda, and in fact, they even have I can't remember how old of a Wachtower it was about it, and it was the same thing. What is with these men that can't keep it in their pants? Like, what is wrong with you? Like, they obviously look at these women with like sexual desires, and it's a problem on their part. It has nothing to do with what the women are wearing. My wife and her her friend had decent figures in the congregation that we went to, and we got harassed by an elder all the time. Well, not well, me too. I was brought into it. You know, Eric, we don't want your wife. We don't want other people to see only what your wife should see. And I'm like, what? Like, she literally had her skirt pinned because it was a high slit, and it was pinned like that much space, right? Where am I? That much space, like apart. So there would be like nothing showing. I'm like, dude, you've got a problem. Like, this guy, he was not an alpha male, so if you challenged him, he just backed right down. But still, he actually pushed some sisters out of the the lie, because of his hardcore, and that's another form of abuse. What our poor sisters had to go through. You had. I mean, in the video, the girl can't even wear ripped jeans that have sweatpants or material underneath it. It's like, what in the world? They want us to look like. Well, if you're a Star Trek fan, Aaron, they want us to be like the Borg.
Yeah,
that's it.
Exactly
Right? The Jehovah God, we serve the governing body. Jehovah God. We all think the same.
with the whole beards thing. I mean, I've heard that there were some congregations that were trying to resist these changes, and they wanted further clarification. I think that's what the quote was. But the thing is, until people like Mark Sanderson started actually wearing a beard, I think that there's a good chance that a lot of brothers wouldn't start doing it. So maybe they had to lead the charge, say, "Hey, this is okay. Come on, guys. Wear your beards. This is a thing now, right?" I mean, am I wrong?
No, man. That's how. Well, or it'll be a mix depending on the congregation. Don't get a beard now. We're Jehovah's Witnesses. I knew a guy that said, I said, how come you don't shave when you go on vacation? I mean, how come you shave when you go on vacation? He said, because I'm a Jehovah's Witness 24/7. Now that was before the change. But anyways, I've done talking. Who's next? Anybody want to? We got Ruby, and we got a few people here, Debbie and someone else. I can't see because I'm blocked. But who wants to talk up? Hi, Debbie. Hi, everyone.
Hey, how you doing?
We're good.
All right.
Oh, I have an announcement to make.
Okay.
My granddaughter's having a boy.
Oh, congratulations.
I did. I went. I was gonna go to the gender reveal party, but the venue did not have a wheelchair ramp, so I didn't get to go. And I just sat in the bus and cried. So my daughter took me to a little diner, and I went there, and she bought me something nice to eat, and because we were gonna eat at the party. But anyway, I was just gonna tell you I have a grandson coming.
That's
Great
awesome.
grandson.
We're so happy for you.
Thank you.
And hi, Kevin from New Hampshire. Sorry,
Hi.
I see your name now.
Hi, Eric.
Go on.
We're really happy
Good.
for you, Debbie. It's great news. You've had some blessings coming into your life recently, huh?
Yeah, I'm happy. I've got my chair too. I'm sitting in.
And I was gonna say, you look comfortable on your chair. I'm happy for you.
Yeah. Hey, Aaron.
How's it going?
All right. I can't sit. Who else is up there? Kevin? Wait, did you
Yes.
say Kevin?
Kevin from New
Okay.
Hampshire.
Oh, okay.
Hi, Kevin.
Hi, Kevin.
Hi.
So what's going on down in New Hampshire?
Not much. The cold weather is just about snapped, so we're starting to get warm weather now.
What part of New Hampshire are you from, if you don't mind?
Barnstead, the Lakes region,
Barnstead.
near not too far from Lake Winnipesaukee.
Okay, cool. I used to it's probably nowhere near you because it's Vermont as well, but I used to vacation in West Corinth, the middle of nowhere, a lot, and then go snowboarding when I was a kid. We snowboarded a lot in New Hampshire, Vermont.
What part of New Hampshire?
No, Vermont actually, West Corinth.
Oh, okay. All right.
It's in the middle of nowhere. It's I think I can't remember how far from Lebanon. It's not too far from Lebanon. But anyways, I've always loved New Hampshire. I actually knew witnesses from there. There was a girl what was her name? Amy. I can't remember her last name. And she worked at Loon Mountain, I think, and we all got to like go there for hardly anything. And you know, back then the witnesses, there was some like leeway. We were young, like in our 20s, and like we like broke into a hotel and crashed it and went into the hot tub. You know, and we didn't cause any harm, and we left. And but it was nice to be able to rebel. Some kids have to live such strict Jehovah's Witness lives. You're not able to do anything in life, you know. Side point, anyways. Ruby, did you want to, or go, or whoever wanted to talk? I'm done talking. There's a lot of people in here. Who wants to speak up?
Yeah, I just remember when I first learned the truth in 1984, going to the Wolfboro congregation, that they're always spanking the kids. And I asked I think it was the presiding overseer's wife, and you know they always use that scripture, not to spare the rod, but they really use that quite a bit, the witnesses, and hitting their kids for stupid stuff too, just because they're not paying attention or they're fidgety, or you know, it doesn't make sense to me. At the time, I thought, well, gee, yeah, because I was brainwashed anyway. But I was like, yo, that's good. You know, you're not sparing the rod, but no, to do that, because I mean, I went to you know, the born again Christians. I went to one of their meetings in Epsom, and I was kind of, it's way different than going to a witness meeting. They have the kids go to their own meeting, because the stuff you're learning in the main auditorium is really for the adults. We understand that stuff. It's just like when you go to the Kingdom Hall, us adults, we understand that stuff. The kids don't really understand it as well as we do. So if they're not paying attention to something, that's not a reason to take them out in the back room and be hitting them, you know. But the born agains, that's what they do. That's the Epsom Bible Church there. They have a separate room where they have their own teacher that teaches them on their level, you know. So
That spare the rod they took very literally, huh?
oh yeah, they do. So I mean, I got in when I was in my 20s, so thank God I wasn't a kid coming up in that religion. You know, I can understand what a lot of people went through when they were kids. Yep.
Yeah, absolutely.
I can
Well, it
mention
got
something
quiet,
else.
didn't it? Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, buddy.
I got a few things to say, I guess. One thing I've never heard anybody say is that the witnesses don't gossip. And I found out the hard way that they had gossiped about me big time, the whole congregation. And it really hurt big time. And I remember going, and this is the last meeting I went to. I said, I'm going to go.
Were you disfellowshipped, and they
Nope.
gossiped to you in that way, or
Nope, I just kind of faded.
no? Oh, and
I
they
just
and they
faded.
gossiped anyways.
Well, I had a meeting with the elders, and I actually wanted to get out of it. So I sent them a letter saying I was gay, you know. So we had a private meeting at my house, and I thought it was all confidential. And that was, I'm not think how many years before. Well, I had this girlfriend. Maybe it was 5, 6 years later. And I had this girlfriend, and we kind of were ready to, we were breaking up, and she was bad-mouthing me and saying, well, I'm gay. And the sister says, oh, well, the whole congregation knows that Kevin is gay. And when she said that to me, I was like shocked. I was like, well, what I discussed with the elders I thought was supposed to be confidential. What do? They have a meeting with you, and whatever you tell them, they tell everybody else in the congregation. And next thing you know, it's all like wildfire. But when you learn the truth, it's like, well, you're not supposed to gossip. But they all gossip. They have to gossip because for them to guard their association, they've got to talk about everybody. That's gossiping.
Yep.
But yeah. So I went to one meeting after that, and I was like, well, I can just let it go, and I went to this last meeting in 2011, and I'm like, well, I'll just try to pretend that they don't judge, and I'll just take notes and try to learn all I can from the meeting. But most of it's garbage anyway. And at the end of that meeting, it was like, I think there was, I was saying to myself, there's no way I could come here and not be judged. And then a brother comes up to me and says, oh, hey, Kevin, good to meet you. If you ever need, the elders want me to tell you, if you ever need to talk, we can go in the back room and we can talk, and anything you want to talk about. Hey, what loving brothers, huh? I went home and I thought about that. It took me a while to think about it, maybe a week or so. I'm like, wait a minute. They probably just want to get rid of me because I don't come regular to the meetings. They just want to get rid of me. They just want me to say something they can use against me so they can disfellowship me. That's all.
Mm-hmm.
I hope they're watching now so they can do it now.
So they never got you?
No, I never got disfellowshipped. I never sent a letter. The brother that helped me in the Concord congregation, he was a retired Bethel worker. And so I kind of felt a sense of loyalty to him, But in 2015, I watched these YouTube videos, and it's like, when I see what people have gone through, this one man that he's an ex-witness now, he was disfellowshipped, once or twice. He served in Vietnam. He had, 7 kids. He brought his kids into the religion and his wife. And I don't know if he had CO, or what do you call it? From the war, the
PTSD.
PTSD. Yeah,
PTSD.
Debbie's right.
Yeah, and he told one of the elders, he said, I think I have a drinking problem. So they told him, they said, well, we're going to have a meeting on Tuesday. So be there. And I guess his meeting next was on Wednesday. He said they disfellowshipped him on Tuesday. He couldn't make it Tuesday. He went Wednesday, and they said, you're disfellowshipped. So now and he tried to get back in there, and I don't know if he just disassociated or he just didn't go back anymore, but I can't remember his name. But he's got 7 kids in there. I think he's not married anymore, I don't think. And the only one that talks to him is I think it's his granddaughter, because she got disfellowshipped. Now that's a hell of a thing. He brought his whole family in. His family won't talk, his kids won't talk to him. You don't want nothing to do with it. He's all done with that religion. That's awful. What they do.
It makes me think, because I knew a brother who was in Vietnam, and he was a sniper, and he told us stories that he had to do horrible things, and so he had a drinking problem too. But I think more of the drinking problem, what was tearing him up was he was starting to become awake of the religion, and he took off. He left his wife. His kids were all grown up, so it didn't matter, and he ran. He went to Indiana or somewhere, and I was in Rhode Island, or we were in Rhode Island together. But they have no compassion for people. They don't understand. But then, Anthony Morris, right? He was in Vietnam, and he was a medic, and allegedly it looks like he has a drinking problem, and he can get away with it. Well, it's okay if Brother Morris drinks in accession.
Or he didn't get away with it. I mean,
who knows what happened there? Right.
But
I'd like to
say, I think I have a drinking problem, and not even discuss it with them. Just have a meeting in absentia and get rid of you. Yeah. And then your family shuns you too. That's them having your family shun you is awful, because people we're like people oriented. We're social people, people are social animals. And when you cut off your family from you, that's some people commit suicide,
I know collectively between my wife and I, we know 4 people who have committed suicide from the disfellowship.
Wow.
and they don't
And
care.
that's
And
nah, they're heartless.
government body don't care.
Ruby, did you want to say something, honey? You're on with us.
Oh, I just wanted to say hi. How are you doing?
Good. It's good to have you here. We're not trying to ignore you.
No, I'm listening, and I'm just also just like wanted to be a part. Listen to everybody.
That's cool. No, it's good to have you here. I didn't mean to
Yes.
cut you off either, Kevin. I'm sorry
Uh,
if you didn't finish.
Hi, Ruby. It's nice to see you.
Hi, nice to see you guys too. Somebody told me in the comments that your topic was DV, domestic
Yeah,
violence. Are you still talking about that?
pretty much. Yeah, we've been talking about it all night. If sometimes the topic gets a little off, or it gets a little off topic, I should say, but that's been our topic tonight. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I don't have any personal experience with it, but my and I know it's not really like my story to tell, but I do
Mm.
know of like within our own family a lot of abusive tendencies and just witnessing it but never doing anything about it. And I think the main reason was because we were Jehovah's Witnesses. And that's why I think it's important to talk about these topics, because even though we knew it was wrong, we witnessed it ourselves. We never did anything about it because we were all witnesses and we were all a family, and we didn't want to see one of our family members, also a witness, go down or call the cops on each other or bring your brother to court. And that's always the thing. You just go to the elders and not call the police. And I think that's a problem.
Yeah, I agree. It's a huge problem. The elders, they act like police, don't they?
Yeah. You call
Even though
them
they
for
don't have the
any
power.
emergency.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's crazy because a lot of those years of their childhood, like my family members, could have been spared if they had just called the police and got the help that they needed, or removed them from the situation temporarily until the problem was fixed, like something. And it's like the rest of the family would just watch it happen, and they would have the audacity to do it in front of us. And it's not always physical, it's verbal, it's psychological, it's emotional. And they continue to just watch it happen, and they don't have a problem with it. And that's when I kind of like, I always talk about it and I say, my generation, Gen Z, we're done with that. Like,
Mm.
I'm never gonna allow myself to witness that again and never do anything about it. I'm gonna break like that generational curse, because it's not even it is the generation, but it's also the religious aspect of it is told to be quiet and not say anything, especially as women, because it's not your place. So you see, the men are a little more dominant, and to a certain extent, I agree with the headship arrangement, but not when it comes to abuse. And more of us have to be more confident to speak up and stop this from happening in Jehovah's Witness households.
I agree, honey. It's bad. A lot of people. There's just too many people that I know that have so many problems. I know, is it 3 or 4, including myself, that I'm fixed of it. But I know, yeah, it's four self-harm cutters, including myself, from the Jehovah's Witnesses. We are 1% of the population, and it's just really bizarre that I know that many people that have self-harm cutting problems or burning problems from Jehovah's Witnesses, from the doomsday, from your parents. It's usually not being enough of what causes it. You're never good enough, and you take that pain and you put it somewhere else physically on your body to escape. It's sick that there are, and this is why I wanted to talk about this topic tonight. Is just all of the horrible things that the governing body have done to us. I know a lot of the older people, or my generation, with the My Book of Bible storybook and all of the fear mongering done over the generations. And never mind the abuse that happens in homes. Anyways, I'm blabbing.
No, I think you're
Good.
totally right.
In my generation, the saying was like children and women basically were to be seen and not heard.
Right.
So you didn't speak up, you didn't talk back or anything like that. Well, I did. I mean, I didn't argue. I mean, I didn't talk back. I mean, I just brought up other ways to look at things. So it wasn't really arguing or anything. It made a lot of sense. I, I never got to be a kid. I was kind of a miniature adult
Mm-hmm.
growing up. That you never really. And I was telling my daughter used to be a cutter also, and she would say it just lets it out. She said it when you cut and you see the blood, it just kind of lets all that pain come pouring out, and it was a coping mechanism. I didn't know that the way back then, but I'm of the generation just ahead of y'all. I don't know how Kevin is, but I know Eric and I know Aaron. I've got sons. You're a son ages, and you look pretty young, Ruby. Are you like what
Yeah.
20
Yeah.
maybe?
Yeah.
You are
27. Yeah.
20.
Yeah, I knew you.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
because you said I'm a millennial, so I knew you were much younger than me.
Well,
Well,
yeah,
yeah,
because I'm Gen Z.
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah. But my youngest granddaughter's older than you. The one that's having the baby, she's 23 now. So, but I'm part of the greatest generation that ended with my brother, who's 1965. Then my daughter was 1980. What is that? Is that Gen Z?
Yeah.
That's the tail end. That's the tail end of
The
Gen
tail
X.
end. You're right. That's the tail end. You're right. I'm sorry.
Okay, I don't know. And then I guess then my oldest granddaughter was born in 1996. So is that a Gen Zer or a millennial or X or whatever?
Yeah. Gen
That's like
Z is from the 90s onward, and millennials are like my mom's
Se-
generation.
79 to like 80 something.
Mm-hmm.
well, 96 is kind of like could be one of the cutoff years. It's hard to say. They could be a very old
Mm-hmm.
Gen Z, or they could be a very young millennial.
Yeah.
Okay, so I've got a family member in all of them from me and on. So, but I mean, I'm getting close to probably the end of the greatest generation too. I mean, we're getting older. I know my daughter today said, "I don't really want to say this, Mom, but you're really a little old lady now." She said, "I don't want to hurt your feelings." I'm like, "Well, it's weird because no matter how old you are, you don't see yourself as getting old, you know."
Mm-hmm.
Of
Plus,
course.
I started school in 1967, and even back then, they said, "You're never going to start to school. Armageddon's going to be here. You'll never start to school.
Mm-hmm.
Then you'll never
Mm-hmm.
finish school. Then you'll never get married. You'll never have kids." I got baptized in 1975 too, so I've been all over the place
Wow.
with that. And I know Linda. Well, I can't see my comments right now on there, but Linda Lawson, I think she said that they told us it would be around October 6th of 75, and that's what I remember was October 5th or 6th, right in there. But even then, I kept thinking the Bible says that not even the Son of Man knows the day or the hour. And I kept
Okay.
wondering how could that I didn't really believe that they knew that. But it still scared me enough to get baptized because they told us from the platform that if you were like 12 years old or older, not to think you could get through Armageddon on the coattails of your parents. And I remember even Apostle Babe, Linda James, she lives in California. I lived in Tennessee when that happened, and I was talking to somebody else one day. We all heard that same word of
Oh,
coattails. Okay, that was even before our generation. We never heard that before, so it stuck in our mind. That anyway. But it's funny because they tried to deny that they had said all that. Well, you know what? If they hadn't have said all that, how would we remember that one particular word, not having a clue the other one existed? You know, I didn't know, but and I think I'm older than Linda James, though. But a lot of us that got baptized in '75, I think most of us have left, and most of us that got married got divorced because I got married in '77. I was just barely 16 when I got married, and all my girlfriends and stuff, we all got married around that time. But I mean, Armageddon didn't come in '75, so what the heck? By '77, we're like, well, it might be coming soon, so if we don't go and have kids. And so I had my daughter in '80 and my son in '81. That's why I kind of adopt all these boys. Well, they think they're men. You know, these 40 and 41-year-old boys, they think they're grown up. But I adopt them all. I just, I got Brad, I got Eric, I got Aaron, I got JP, and then there was another guy that Fran and Joe the other day on their show. His name's Adrian, and he had to have a part of his leg cut off and amputated.
Oh man.
So I sent him a card and I just let him know, hey, mom available, stepmom, friend, grandma, whatever, I'm here. So I'm available. But that makes me feel good because I finally feel like I found my place. I'm 63. I've never felt like I fit in anywhere until the XJW community. And finally, I felt like I've got a purpose and maybe I can make a difference in somebody else's life because I didn't do so good with my own son, and I've not seen him for 5 years now. And it's real difficult for me to think about him, because I feel like I just fellowshipped him from my life, but it wasn't like those kind of circumstances. But still, it comes back to haunt me sometimes because everybody will say, well, family's the most important. You can't replace your mom. And I'm like, but I feel like he would probably think I got rid of him and got more sons, but you know what I mean.
But Debbie, you gave up so much for your son. I mean, from when we were talking that night. I mean, I remember the things you were saying, and the things that you lost, and I mean, it's tremendous. I don't know if you want to talk about it here, but I just wanted to say I feel like you gave up a lot and you tried. I mean, you tried a lot.
Yeah. Well, it was either him or me, my daughter, my son-in-law, and my granddaughters. I couldn't give up everybody. Like you said, I did give up everything else. So, but I got a new chair now. Lost all my furniture, but I got a chair now. No, I'm just.
So you weren't affected by those tornadoes that happened, huh?
We had some pretty major flooding,
Yeah.
but that's about it.
Yeah.
Well, no, I got a granddaughter that lives in Grand Island, Nebraska, and man, they're over. But the cars were literally floating in the underpass, and but they had some tornadoes that hit in a lot of places across Nebraska. That was very, very bad. But we're okay.
Well, we're glad you're okay. Because Desiree was worried about you. She's the one that heard it, and then I got a hold of you, text you.
Yeah.
But we know you're in a trailer too, and Desiree grew up in Florida in a trailer, and she knows how it is in a tornado or a hurricane.
Yeah.
But we're glad you're okay.
Thank you.
Anna Bizarre Duda says to Jane Spitfire, boy, there's no end to what to an elders, and they accuse women of being nosy.
And
Um,
elders.
they're all in on it. The elders and their wives, they're all in on the nosiness, on the gossip that we were talking about earlier. They're all in on it.
Mhm.
I've caught them. I've caught them. They're all wicked nosy. I've said it already before, but when I was disfellowshipped, my landlord was a Jehovah's Witness, and she wasn't a nurse, she wasn't a doctor, nothing. She's just a secretary, and she looked into my file illegally to see that I had hemophilia because she wondered why I was in the cancer center department every month, you know. And even though that she meant well, and she apologized for me having like a hard illness to deal with in my life, and I'm just like, if I didn't like see it as encouragement. It was more of like, wow, like this is an invasion of privacy. But the witnesses are wicked nosy. There was this really good friend of mine, and I made I know all the dirt in the congregations because when you're disfellowshipped twice, or at least the first time, and get reinstated, everybody, all the people that are dancing on the line, they all know you're cool. They can tell you
Mhm.
anything what they've done and not told the elders. They know you're not, for the most part, you're stand up and not going to say anything. And I never ratted anybody out. Um, but I know everybody's dirt, and the things that would go on behind closed doors would get them disfellowshipped. And here I am, shunned, and all these guys are still doing what they're doing. It's all a big circle jerk. And the elders, I've seen a lot of comments in here, and I've showed some of them. But yeah, this one right here where they say that there's no end to the elders being nosy. This brother told me that when an elder became an elder, his wife said, "You're going to tell me everything, and I want to know everything." And she actually influences the judicial hearings when people get
Mm-mm.
fellowship, because there was like the reason why he knows all this is his brother was trying to get reinstated for a long time, and she didn't want him back in. And then the same thing started to happen to him, but he switched kingdom halls, and then he didn't get this fellowship there. He got this fellowship somewhere else, but still had a hard time coming back too. But when I got this fellowship, everybody knew I was a pothead. Everybody. I got mocked all the time. People like one time I was walking in Warren, Rhode Island, on the streets, just like I live right near my work, so I just walked there. And witnesses came by and went, "Hey, Eric," and beat the horn and did that motion like smoking a doobie. And I'm like, "These little punk ass," you know. um, but they know everything. The elders, their daughters know. Everybody knows everything. There's no secrecy. And then on top of that, how many of us have had talks when we get this fellowship? If you're lucky, a couple weeks later, and it's like a marking talk, like they'll it's a local needs, and they'll give a local needs talk, and it's like, oh well, that's what so and so probably got this fellowship for. It's a big walking talking gossip factory, right?
Did you actually try to go
Hey,
back when
I just
after?
wanted to, can you hear me? I just
Two
wanted to
people talking at
mention a
once.
thing because, well, I'm afraid they're going to remove this from the page. So I wanted to mention it in case anybody wants to go in and watch. It's on jw.org, and it's on JW Broadcasting, and it's on Talks. And the guy's name is Ralph Walls. And the talk is called "In Difficult Times, Jehovah Always Comfort." And the timestamp is around 6 minutes and 20 seconds.
Is this brand
And
new?
this guy, well, I don't know, but this guy actually say, uh, no, my pronunciation is not good from Sweden, but he say like Yahweh, Jehovah. And you have
Hmm.
to realize that this is being recorded, and if he slipped his tongue and made a mistake, why didn't they make a new recording or just remove the slip of the tongue? He said
The edit.
Yahweh, Jehovah. And that's a big deal because this is just a sneaky little thing. Remember, we talked about they're changing they're changing the whole religion into something else. And this is just another thing. So just wanted to mention that in case they remove it. Thank you.
Thanks, Grace. Shoot, I don't know what we were talking about.
There was
Yeah, sorry everybody. Got a little brain fart there. It's I got to get used to it too, having a bunch of people here at once. I don't know if I talk too much or don't say enough. I know I have to lead the way, but I don't want to over talk anybody as well. But I think it's cool. It's great to see everybody here, to see everybody's face. I I just did the phone for a while when I first did six screens because I was kind of shy and just didn't really care. But then Rick's like, "Ah, come on, will you do it?" And I'm like, "All right." But no, it's actually really good. It's good. I don't have I didn't have friends till six screen, and you guys, it's great to have friends here. Even if we don't know each other, or we're getting to know each other. We all share something in common: pain and freedom. Because what was born from our pain, we got freedom. We're not enslaved anymore to their teachings or their fear mongering. And I think we have a better community than they do. It's not perfect. We disagree. We fight. We are all different types of people from different spectrums of life. But I think we unite pretty well, because what Jehovah's Witnesses fail to see is that just because there's arguments doesn't mean you don't have unity. They confuse unity with conformity. They want everyone to conform to one way of thinking.
I wanted to ask the lady, I forgot her name, about 1975. Did you leave when the 1975 came and went, or you stayed?
I think that's you,
I
Debbie.
was only 14. I stayed,
Oh,
but then I got
oh,
married a year and a half later. So, and then
oh,
I was one of those good examples at the Kingdom Hall. But my dad was an elder. He was an elder since the arrangement started. Before that, we just had a congregation servant who did everything. And then my dad became an elder, and I resented the heck out of the congregation because they used him up. He would get calls to referee fights in the middle of the night between couples because, I mean, the elders don't have any training in psychology or the
Nope.
law or anything. Well, my dad didn't know a lot about the law, but business law, not marital law and all that kind of stuff. But my dad never was abusive. My mom wasn't abusive, but she did kind of wear the pants in the family. But they also had a business out of our home, and but yeah, it wasn't. I mean, I know everybody talks real bad about the elders and everything, and of course, I'm going to be biased because of my dad being an elder. But it's not all peaches and cream for them either. You know, they they were expected to settle arguments. They were expected to make up for financial problems that the friends might have. My dad was an accountant, and Watchtower Society had him go for weeks at a time at the conventions in the summertime and at the um, circuit assemblies and the special assembly days. And we would have to get there at like 4 o'clock in the morning for him to do all the money, set up the contribution boxes everywhere. Then we didn't get to leave till like midnight. And I mean, even if a teenager, you're a whiny brat by that time. It just so wore out. But then also there were times back then that things were so much more fun. It might sound terrible that we had a week-long convention, but especially in Memphis in July, it was pretty hot and humid. But I mean, we would get there, and at 7 a.m. they would be serving a hot breakfast, and then we would have lunch, but the thing is, it went till 9 o'clock at night, and we would have supper there also. And it was miserable. The most fun I ever had at a convention, and this might sound terrible, but I had this little purse, little patent leather purse, but it was cream color, and it had this satin fabric inside of it. And I never was one to pretend or play with dolls or anything, but I remember I had something in that purse, and all during that session, I was like pretending to be playing with stuff in the purse, and it was fun. But then my mama grabbed the purse, and it was terrible after that. I was so bored. But I mean, when you expect kids to sit there you get there at 7 a.m., the session started at 9. You got an hour off from like noon to 1. Then you had to go back, and then from 1 to 5 session, then from 5 to 6 break for supper, then 6 to 9 sitting still again. And they would beat the crap out of little kids that would be crying. I mean, even the adults didn't like sitting still that long.
How many of us at the conventions had to get up and walk around in the circle?
Oh God.
and like die to meet somebody that you knew to take a few, I don't know, 10, 20, 30 minutes off. Out of all the things we had to do, the conventions was the worst for me. I hated them. I actually, if my family or my friends or even my wife, I would get angry at them if they woke me up if I was sleeping. I'm like, just let me sleep. I can't. It's better than just nodding off and fighting it. I can't stay awake, so just let me sleep. And then when I wake up, I never got anything out of those things. I had a hard time in school. Never mind 7 hours of indoctrination. I don't know how we did it, y'all.
I don't either.
Yeah, this is Skylar.
Oh, hey, Skylar.
When the convention's over, it's like couldn't wait to get out of there.
He was asleep. He just woke up.
If Skylar does something bad, we're gonna hear Skylar get down.
Even if Skylar does something good, you might hear it too.
Did everybody that went to the district conventions find them boring as hell, like I did? They were boring.
So boring. The drama, that was it. The drama was like, oh, dude, yeah, Jezebel got thrown off the.
And the new publications too. That was the only reason why I was excited, was to see what was new, and then we would go back to the hotel room and we would watch it over and over and over and over again.
Yeah, and it's crazy for me to think about a lot of those publications that were brought out as new at the conventions when I was a teenager, and stuff. Now they've removed those books. They don't even use them anymore. Like the Daniel book and a bunch of others.
Yeah, even what's crazy is that they got rid of the Greatest Man That Ever Lived book.
That one, yeah.
Like the one Jesus book you have. They hate Jesus, don't they?
They don't study that book
not
anymore?
the rank and file. What's that?
They don't study that book anymore? I remember that one.
I'm pretty sure that's canceled, y'all, right? Anybody can correct me in the comment section or here in the audience, but I thought the Greatest Man book was canceled, part of the book burning.
It was a good book. It was about Jesus and the teachings and him healing people.
It was all focused on Jesus and his ministry and what he did on his life. I actually thought it was a decent book, but like I would have to reread it to see how accurate it was what they were saying. But for whatever reason, that and the Revelation book, that's gone too. I grew up with that in the 80s and the 90s, and man, I have the Revelation book somewhere. You guys would laugh your ass off if you see my notes, my original notes from the 90s or 80s when I wrote into it, however old I was. It was actually the 90s when we were it was the 90s when we were covering it. And there's a I'm like 13, maybe somewhere between 13 and 15 years old, and it's the book study. I'd be so bored even at the book study, never mind the convention. But there's a group of men in the illustration of the Revelation book, and there's a bunch of like leaders all around, and one guy looks exactly like Judge Ito from the O.J. Simpson trial. That's what was going on back then. So I put like Judge Ito with a little, mark pointing at him. I just respected that book so bad. and now I don't have to live in fear that I did something like sacrilege. It was like that book was full of crap to begin with. And the only other story I'm going to tell of artwork is my buddy and the songbook. You know the old school copper songbook, like from the 80s to the 90s, that one that we did a long time. And if you open up the first page, there's a bunch of people singing, and you open up the last page, there's a bunch of people singing, right, with the robes on. And there's one guy like this, right? If I can get my hands in here, he's like this, and his mouth is open. And my buddy drew in like this gigantic sub sandwich, and like he was about to. And I'm just getting off topic a little bit to lighten up the mood and get us to laugh. But I thought it was always funny. I don't think anybody could take it completely serious if you had a little soul in you.
A few years ago, I threw away all of my old publications, and I wish I hadn't done that now. But
yeah, I know, right? I did the same thing.
That was before I got really into looking into the community and everything. So, oh well.
I still have the
I don't
Revelation book.
regret it.
You don't regret it either. You know what? It's negative energy.
Yep. And I threw away all my Kingdom Hall clothes. I threw away all the books. I threw away
Really?
anything that would remind me of what I did. Yeah. Because I felt like everything that had happened. Yeah. Because I felt like it's their fault. Like I blamed them so much that I'm like, I don't want to see a publication ever. And wherever I go in public, if I'm in the laundromat, if I see a Watchtower or an Awake, I grab it so fast and I throw it away because I'm like, I know the witnesses are going to come around here. I know that they're going to come. And I do everything in my power to get them away.
I get a kick out of those YouTube videos where the ex-witnesses, the witnesses are doing their carts in the city. The ex-witnesses have theirs, and they plant theirs right near theirs.
Oh,
and
yeah,
the
I've seen that.
Right up, and they cross the street, and they're gone.
Yep, they take right off.
Yep.
And it shows who has more cojones, so to speak, who has more courage, guts, whatever you want to call it. Because we're standing for the truth, and the lie can't stand for the truth.
Yep. The disfellowshipping thing.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry.
Carol Paradise in the comments. I didn't realize she went through so much abuse. She
I
had
didn't
a
either.
really, really difficult time. I mean, I'm going back and forth reading the comments, and I'm sorry, Carol, that you went through so much. That I'm really sorry.
It shows how detached the elders and the governing body and all of that organization is from hurt and pain and feelings and compassion and empathy, like all of it. They're so numb to being human. They should have given her support and love and not said. What did she say? It was this Carol who said that like if she would die from her husband's hands.
She would die a faithful Christian.
Yeah. Wow.
God.
Can you imagine being told that? What does that do to you psychologically?
Well, it's kind of like the same thing they do if you're raped. And they say,
Yep,
what did you
right.
do to make that man want to rape
Exactly.
you?
And they do it. I know they do. Yep.
Yeah, I know. I know firsthand. That's what they do.
Yeah. I know you do, Debbie.
But yeah.
But they are so evil. I think they are demonic. They are demonic.
They are.
And I started
Yeah, you're
to
right,
do
Grace.
witchcraft also. And I actually threw all my books away 2 years ago. But the last few days, I have not regretted it anymore because I was thinking, I thought maybe it weighed on me. I had too much books. And also I watched this channel. It's called the Minimal Mom, and she is a minimalist. She throws things away and keep the home tidy, easy to manage. And I really think that it can weigh on you, even if it's not witchcraft. It will weigh on you. You have too much stuff. Thank you.
Yeah, it does. I
Yeah, I
mean,
didn't. I don't. I didn't bring
if they're
them
not
up.
displaying Jesus qualities, then whose qualities are they displaying? Right? It's one or the other. You're either the dark or the light.
And why do you have to go through the governing body to get to Jesus, to get saved?
Yeah,
I never
good point.
believed that. It's like, that doesn't make sense at all. Who are these old men? When I finally saw them in the flesh, I was like, these damn old men, I'm going to go through them to get to Jesus? I don't think so. No, no,
Doesn't make sense.
no, it doesn't. I kind of felt bad seeing one of these comments on here about what the elders say to people when they're being abused. Oh, you're going to go to heaven or something? Or no, you're going to be resurrected. Yeah. That's awful. You know?
I'm wondering. I'm wondering if one day when they realize that their PR stunts fail and people are still leaving, that the governing body might just like quote unquote rapture themselves one day and disappear on an island somewhere and leave what's left of the organization to the the executives, and then at that point maybe everything's going to start, factions are going to form, and different people that believe certain things will group together and form different religions or something. Who knows?
Yeah, yeah. We don't know what's going to come.
Dude, these people, they're still brainwashed because I've had an elder come here and give me the code to get online and watch and like kind of attend a meeting. I'm not attending a meeting, but I like to see what they're doing, and then afterwards they chat with each other, and the former presiding officer, what is he called now? It's some different name now, and boy, they're still brainwashed. They don't realize anything. I mean, when they had, was it 2013? They had the overlapping generations, because I was actually looking forward to that. It's like, well, geez, 2000, 2010, most of those people are dead. And then when they came out with that overlapping generations, my first thought is to kind of defend them in my own mind. It's like, that's the stupidest thing you could have done, guys. You should just keep your mouth shut, you know? But, now I view things different after seeing how many people have been hurt by them. But it's like, can't they see that overlapping generations, it's just one big lie? Because I try to think of it. I looked it up in the dictionary, and it doesn't make sense. It's very short. It's very short in the dictionary. Overlapping generations. Well, okay, a common sense thing would be, okay, I live with my grandparents. They lived through, well, my grandfather was 1913, he was born, and my grandmother was born 1917. They've since passed away in 2006. But just because I knew my grandparents doesn't mean I'm from the 1914 generation. That would be a lie for me to say that. And for them to say, oh, the anointed brothers that knew some that were from 1914, yeah, that continues. Well, that could continue infinite, forever. That's a lie. Why didn't people just wake up and leave? I don't get that.
I think it's funny that you should mention that, because we were talking earlier about the fact that Debbie was saying about children back then were said that they can't ride on the coattails of their parents anymore, right? In the late 70s. But 25, 30 years later, they came on and basically said the same thing about the overlapping generations. That they're saying that we can do that now, right?
Yeah.
At least that's the way I'm seeing it.
Yeah. But they're I'm sorry, my mother's. You all right? So
Caught me.
yeah, so it's like, I don't know why they don't wake up, but if you see them talking on after a meeting online, it's like they're just in that mental state. It is brainwashing. It took me years to realize that it is a form of brainwashing. That's why you go to the meeting. That's like when someone's selling like a real estate seminar, they don't want to do it on the TV or something, or just give us a call. They want you to come to a meeting somewhere where they can break you down, your emotions, and the witnesses do the same way. You go to the meetings and it's in your, you learn their lingo. They have their own language,
Mhm.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, you caught me, honey. I almost fell.
Yeah. Overlapping generations.
That
Biggest lie they
overlapping generations was ridiculous from the get go. Just like
Yeah.
them freaking blood fractions. Oh my God. Get
They
real.
lie.
Yeah.
Did
Huh?
you watch them when they explained it? They explain it so well on a marker board and a magic marker. They are so good at lying. I just couldn't believe it. It's like, whoa, that blew me away. How good they are at lying. Yep.
Someone on Quora said that because I brought up the blood issue on Quora, and a witness came to the defense and said, "Well, you get AIDS, HIV slash or hepatitis C from taking blood." And I said, "Fair enough." I said, "You're right. In the 80s, it was contaminated, and it wasn't. It was known that it was contaminated, and our crooked government pushed it through anyways. It was actually Bill Clinton, that did it. It wasn't during his administration as president. He was a senator or whatever he was, congressman, whatever political role he had before he was president. And he's the one kind of responsible for that, and others that did that purposely. But this created an epidemic in the 80s and the 90s, and the point that I made to this this Jehovah's Witness woman on Quora was that I did get hepatitis C, and the Jehovah's Witnesses allowed blood fractions, and that's what I got it from the dirty medicine, from the blood fractions, and I got cleared up of hepatitis C because of modern technology. But still, it did cause me some health issues until the technology came around. I had a potential lawsuit from it, so it definitely existed. But my point being was, so Watchtower got it wrong. If you're saying that you can get AIDS and hepatitis C from it, then like they made a wrong decision even having it in the fractions, by your logic. But that's not the case. It was because of crooked policies and crooked pharmaceutical companies that allowed this to go through. They actually went to Europe as well, so it wasn't just Americans that got polluted from it. Well, go ahead, Debbie.
It wasn't so much Bill Clinton, but there was this one virologist doctor that was behind a lot of that AIDS crisis. He knew about AZT from the get-go, and he didn't release it. He kept it a secret until, tens of thousands of gay men died. Then it got into the blood supply, and that little boy named Ryan White, who was a hemophiliac, he got AIDS. And then it started spreading to the wives of the men who were like closet gay, and it all started spreading that way. But Doctor, his initials are AF. If you catch my drift, he's also one that was responsible for a lot of this other pandemic crap. Excuse me, I'm not going to talk about it because I know that won't get in trouble. But it's coming out. All this crap's coming out now, and if I start, people might think I'm a conspiracy theorist. No.
No, but if you look at what
everything is a conspiracy, and it's only a theory until it's proven.
Yeah.
And
well,
I mean,
here's the thing: to say conspiracy theories don't exist is ridiculous, because that would mean to say that people never conspire against anybody. And go ahead, Debbie. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, that's okay. I interrupted you, so it doesn't matter.
No.
What?
If people just take a minute to look into what this individual who has had so much power during the pandemic had been involved in before that in the background, like you're talking about there, Debbie, I think they would think twice about the things that he was recommending.
I
Yeah.
remember when they had the blood card they passed around at the Kingdom Halls, and I think I was freshly baptized at the time. I was baptized in '91, so it was maybe, I don't know, '93 maybe. And I was so proud of that card, and I put it in my wallet, and that didn't last very long. That lasted maybe 2 or 3 months, and I thought about it, and I'm like, I really don't believe in this blood thing, and why would I want to have it in my wallet? I'm an only child. My parents only got one kid. And my belief is like they take it out of context, because if you go back into Bible times, I think we've discussed this before, that you're not supposed to eat the blood because the nations around you were. I mean, when they had battle, they would drink the blood of their enemies, put it in a cup and drink it. They're talking about drinking it in Bible time, and a blood transfusion isn't the same thing. It's not. So why would you just die? You're in a car accident and you just let yourself die because you won't take a blood transfusion.
Think
Yeah,
think of the hemophiliacs that have died, and other people that needed blood fractions in the 70s that didn't make the conscience matter like I did. Guess what? My medication, it's bloodless now. So where's the sin? You're killing people where, like, just let them do what they have to do to stay alive, because now my shit comes from hamsters. And I take it not in the vein anymore, but like in my belly. I pinch my belly or in some fatty part of my body, my leg or whatever, and it's like a diabetes shot. And I only do it twice a month as opposed to 3 times a week, and half to hitting a hard vein. But think of all the people that sacrificed. And I'm sorry, but hemophiliacs, if you deny yourself your medication, you're going to die a horrible death. You are. I'm talking from personal experience. I know what it's like to go without your medication just for a short time. And I've read in history that before the medicine came along, you died in your early 20s and you became a crippled, wheelchair bound, So anybody that had to go through that in the 60s and the 70s, that is just horrible. And Wachtower admitted from Jeffrey Winder that we're not sorry, and an apology is not needed. Nor is an apology needed for not getting it right. They're never going to apologize for the wrong that they've done to all of us.
That's not right. What Jeffrey, what's his name, Winder? What he said.
Yeah.
That's not right. It's not right that they don't have to apologize. That's not right at all.
Because they have watchtowers. I've seen people that have called them out with using their own watchtowers, talking about apologizing and accepting apologies and stuff like that. And they always preach it, but it's rules for thee, not for me.
I see a
And
comment
then they
that
shouldn't get surprised when there's a bomb at a freaking Kingdom Hall when they say stuff like that, or when there's a shooting. I mean, they say stuff like that, but then they want to act shocked when something bad happens. That's why when those things happened, I wasn't shocked at all. I was like, this is bound to happen. You guys have been ruining lives for how long? And you just want to label everybody as mentally ill. But then when they come back for an apology and you say, hey, get out of here, nobody wants you here, and then you come back with something more powerful than just your voice. I mean, those things are going to happen, and it's unfortunate, but I'm not surprised.
that
it's amazing
recent,
it hasn't already happened before. It
Yep.
really is.
when they lost in Norway, remember that talk? I can't remember who it was. He was saying something's going to happen. People they're going to get it or something. I can't remember his exact words, but it's like, whoa, that's really going a step too far.
Yeah.
How old are you, Kevin?
Me,
I'm
I'm
curious.
62.
Okay, you're about the same age as I am.
Yep.
When's your
I wouldn't
birthday?
have-
November. I'll be 63 in November.
Okay, I was
wouldn't
born
have
in
known you that old.
February 61.
Yeah, it was November 9, 61. Yep. Still have my parents. My grandparents are gone. My mother's not well, but I'm trying to do all I can to keep her alive. Of course, I've had come here, and I got invited to the memorial. I tell them, you know,
Did you
I have
really?
no vehicle. Yeah, I say I've got no vehicle. I can't make it. They're like, well, you can go on they gave me the thing to go on the internet, and I said, well, my mother's not well. You want to say hi? And they just like they just want to give me the pamphlet and run. And we've known these witnesses for a long time. My mother too. My mother's done their hair. She's a hairdresser, and the wife was like, she didn't really want to come in and talk. So I kind of twisted her arm. She came in. They chatted with my mother for a while. My mother's not well. She's got heart disease and all kinds of problems, AFib. But you know, they don't come by to say, hey, you need a ride? We give you a ride to the King Hall. Or my mother's sick. They don't come over to see if they could help my mother or anything. I got born again Christians that call me and say, if I need anything. When we had the storm in New Hampshire and we had no power for like two and a half days, I had my neighbor and a born again Christian ask if I needed gas for the generator because my mother's on oxygen. Do you think a Jehovah Witness will call me and see if I needed any help? Nobody would. Nobody cares. None of them witnesses care about you. They don't. If you're not at the meeting, they don't want nothing to do with you. And then when you're there, they're gossiping about you. So
And that's not how.
No matter where you go, there's going to be gossip no matter where you go. Heck, you can work at McDonald's and the employees are going to be gossiping behind the counter. That's not really unique to witnesses, although because we were supposed to be held to a higher standard, that's what makes it so bad. Abundance creates like a full blood instantly. What happened?
The friends here, the friends. Yeah, the real friends. Yeah, sure. Yeah, they're not real friends. Oh, who is it? Is in North Carolina the husband and wife down there? He said when someone finally woke up and went to talk to his wife, she had shunned his wife. She told her where to go. I thought that was funny. So I was like, good for you. Because if you can't talk to me when I'm disfellowshipped, why, 6-10 years later, why are you going to talk to me now? You're disfellowshipped, now you want to talk to me? Eat it, right?
Yeah.
I can't remember. John, I think his first name is John. Yeah. Down in North Carolina.
Kevin, when you were in, or you were in New England, so you're 63 or around that age. Did you go to Providence, Rhode Island for the conventions at all?
Always.
Oh, okay. Because I was a kid when we went there, and it was great. Up until 11, 12 years old, it was just like leave the house 10 minutes. We lived in Riverside, Rhode Island. That's East Providence, basically. So it was just a 10-minute drive. And but I was one of those kids that had a fall and had the emergency come by and everything. And I was a hemophiliac, and I was a bleeder. But it was funny because it was just a whole scene, and it didn't have to be like that. But the reason why I brought it up though is I wonder if you know my family at all, the Materaces. Do you know them? Does the name sound familiar? Because if you're in my district, there's a chance that you might know them.
Probably don't.
No, okay. I was just curious who you might know, because New England is pretty tight, even though like New Hampshire and Rhode Island are 3 to 4 hours apart. It's still a tight community, kind of. You never know.
I went to Providence quite a few times, and Springfield, I think once or twice. I got baptized in Springfield. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've been to Springfield too. And then did you go to Amherst at all? Or was that, or did you get out of, no, you got out of there by then?
I used to go to Natick, Mass.
Natick, okay.
They used to give
we
us
went to Natick. Oh yeah, we went to Natick too. That was for not the convention, but the assembly.
Assembly, yeah.
Natick all the time. Yep.
I liked it at first when we used to go because they would have lunch.
Ice cream.
They provided lunch.
Yeah.
And then they cut it out. And then I
Yeah, and
hated
they had
going.
ice cream. Remember that? They had ice cream and the hoagies and the roast beef sandwiches.
And the presiding overseer, when everybody ate, he said, "Kevin, you need anything else?" And I was like, "Yeah." He said, "Here, take a sandwich. Take a dessert or something." They had to get rid of the stuff.
Yeah.
And then they just stopped, and I didn't care to go at all. The what you heard from the platform was boring. It was all boring. It was. It was like 2 hours to get there, 2 hours to get home. Yeah.
We only
Providence.
use the
Yeah.
Yeah, we only use the conventions for like to buy new clothes. And because you don't go to prom, you don't go to any
Yeah, you
dances or
sisters want
anything.
to look
So
good, right?
exactly. So the
Yeah, my
female
wife was always
experience is
sporting
very
heels.
fun.
So your sisters used to go to the district conventions to go window shopping for clothes,
Yeah,
and
it
the
was like a
brothers
big thing.
go
Yep.
looking to get married to a sister.
Exactly right. That's where you're gonna go to find the brother. But and it matters what you wear. Like we would all call each other. We would make sure we're not wearing the same color or the same dress
Wow.
or whatever. We wouldn't do like retail shopping. We would go to like boutiques because we didn't want to have the same dress as another female because we know that the dress is hot. You know what I mean? Like it looks good. Of course, another girl's gonna buy it. So we
Yeah.
would go to boutiques and we would get the jewelry, we would get the dresses, we would get the shoes. I'm telling you, it was a huge thing, especially being a teenager. You're like, of course you want to wear the newest trend or whatever. And then that's the same time period where they made the announcement, oh, sisters, we're not supposed to be using this as a fashion show or a fashion statement. Stop wearing heels, because then the girls were falling down the steps and almost killing themselves because they were wearing heels.
See, it was getting so I wanted to go just so I could meet someone and get married, and I didn't realize the sisters there were just going window shopping for dresses.
To look
funny.
good. Yeah, I know it. And
Yeah.
oh my
Yeah.
goodness, I have like so many stories and so many experiences because that's where you're supposed to, be a little bit more free to like talk to the opposite sex because we're not allowed to do that in the local kingdom halls. So if you wanted to, get to know somebody, you would have to find them at a district or a circuit convention. And there was one brother that was literally stalking me through the whole convention and trying to meet my mom and trying to get cozy and start conversation, like totally bypassing me, just going straight to my mom to try to get the relationship with the mom type of thing because my mom was a single mom. So it was like he was trying to win my mom over, and then he forced his way to sit in the same row as us. So I had to sit with him the entire like rest of the day, and everybody was looking at us like, oh my god, look at this brother. Like it's just crazy. It's crazy. So many stories.
Was he a ministerial servant?
in Natick or in Amherst, the conventions. I don't know if y'all did this. This is like 90s stuff, but my buddies used to be like, Eric, like I'm gonna bump you into this chick, and you're gonna be like, oh, I'm so sorry, and then we're gonna start a conversation, and we would meet people like that, not just women or girls our age, but like all kinds of people, and it worked. And come on, we all walk the circle, right? And we're all looking for people. Even if it's innocent, we're all just we got a great network of people from it. Even though it all faded away because of the Jehovah's. It's a shame that Jehovah Witness mentality had to break all these friendships apart because of loyalty to Wachtower. But it was fun while it lasted.
Yeah, but a lot of the brothers would get really cocky with it too because it's like they knew their value. If you were the son of an elder or if you were the son of some special family, they would get real cocky with it, and you could tell. So even if you are walking around, they wouldn't look at you. They would make believe you did not exist. And that's another thing. It's like, oh, you're not supposed to be making women feel special or whatever. I don't know. It's like some alpha red pill type of mentality, and it's just really disgusting sometimes to see it in real life. And so you would get dirty looks from guys too, like, with the dress and grooming, like that was an issue. It's always been an issue. That's why the dress and grooming, when they changed it, is such an issue for me, because I'm like, this was a big thing for us. So if you're always being judged by what you look like, and now you could just wear slacks, no, that doesn't fly with me. It doesn't, and I'm upset because you cannot wear slacks to an event like this when you're supposed to look up to the nines. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It's just, yeah, it's different for us.
Well, we know they're doing it because Norway gave them new light.
Yeah, that's
we got
upsetting.
a guest over here. Let's see. Did Debbie Moore get messed? Not she. Here we go. What's that, Debbie? You hear, Debbie? You keep getting kicked out, hon.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yep, we can hear you. You hear?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, there you are. I can see you now. Sorry if you're getting kicked out. Not sure what's up. Sometimes StreamYard does that.
It was my fault. It was my.
It doesn't take much to. It takes a sleight of hand on your phone or tablet and whatever.
Can I say something about disfellowshipping?
Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead, man.
I had one experience in the 90s when I went to the Concord congregation. This brother that his son was stealing from at the mall, and he thought his son was innocent. And he was talking to each person in the Kingdom Hall about it. So they disfellowshipped him. He was being obnoxious about it, but they disfellowshipped him. Now, he didn't commit a sin. I mean, he wasn't immoral. He was just talking about his son. So because he was going on about it to each person he was talking to, the only thing I could think of was, what do they call it? Not distraction, disrupting the congregation or something. That's what they disfellowshipped him for. And he was trying to get reinstated. And this Kingdom Hall at the time, this is before they tore it down to build it differently, to have no windows on one side. This had windows all on one side, and you had a walkway coming up, and you could see people come. If they were late, you singing the song, you could see who's coming in late. Well,
we called it the Walk of Shame because we had one big long window. We called it the Walk of Shame.
Yeah, and this was my experience.
Because I've been disfellowshipped twice, so I've been through that a lot.
Yeah, so then they tore it down and built it so there's no windows on that side. You couldn't see the parking lot anymore. But back then, when they had the windows facing the parking lot,
oh yeah,
you sing the song and you see the I can't remember his name, Brother Jones. He was walking. He was disfellowshipped. He would come in he would wait in his car. He would walk up the walkway as we're singing the song, and I didn't learn nothing that day except what this disfellowshipping was all about. And it was so, what do I want to say, disturbing? Disgusting. It was disgusting. He comes in, he has to sit in the back, chair way in the back, or in the back room. And then when the meeting's over, they're singing the song, he gets up and he leaves. And you see him leaving. It's like, it's disgusting. It's
old school ignorant mentality. How is that any different than the segregation when white people sat in the front of the bus and black people had to sit in the back, right?
Yeah.
How is that mentality any different? It's the old school degenerative mentality that needs to be thrown away and lost forever.
And I'm not sure if they told him to do it that way, but when I saw that new video about a woman that's disfellowshipped and she's sighing, saying, "Oh, close the door. I got to face these people." Well, it doesn't work that way. These people wait till the meeting starts and people are singing. They sit in the back. When the meeting's over, they're singing. They beat it. There's no opportunity for anyone to say, "Good to see you here." No, that doesn't happen. That video was all a big lie. How can they do it? They should show how it really happens. The ones that have the courage to try to go back. And I think probably 80-90% don't go back, because how can you deal with that? I couldn't deal with that. I wouldn't go back.
That's abuse.
That kind of shame. It's abuse. That's that kind of shaming, and deal with that abuse. To wait because you don't get an opportunity to talk to no one. There's no one to talk to because everybody's talking. Everybody's singing. They're singing when you come in. They're singing when you leave. And you're sitting way in the back where no one can see you. So, why put up with that? Why would anybody go back? And I felt bad for Brother Jones. Why is he? I don't know why he's putting up with that, and being disfellowshipped because he was talking about his son who was, caught stealing in the store. Being yeah.
In the comment,
No.
I'm having a hard time reading comments, but Aloma Albert said something about The Handmaid's Tale. Did any of y'all see that series, The Handmaid's Tale?
No.
It's a futuristic thing where only a few, like certain age of women of childbearing years could have babies, and the husbands of the higher ups, they had sex with the woman to have on a regular.
Oh, my camera's
I mean, it
off.
was like rape every month on a certain day, I guess, of her ovulation cycle. That's the day he would have sex with her. And the wife would be sitting there holding the woman down up at her shoulders while the man is doing his thing at the bottom. And it's almost too. I saw it, but she wrote the Handmaid's Tale book. She said this lady must know because she wrote TV in the 1950s. At least read that short book. I haven't read that book, but that series freaked me out. I think they came back with another season. Oh, and what's weird, like what the places they were trying to get to was called Gilead. But there's just some creepy things about that and that series Mad Men. I think those were the advertising dudes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Some of these are eerily similar on a spot with Watchtower. And with this whole freaking stupid government thing, globalization BS, that I want to do that too. And also, there's this guy who claims like to have the interest of people of darker races than the Caucasians, and he was in Washington D.C. over 40 years and never got anything accomplished, And then he said, well, if he ever got elected president, but also in the 60s, he hated black people, totally against all black people. And he was racist as all get out. And then one day he's coming like, oh, I'm for the black folks. I'm for this and that. Okay, so all these people supposedly voted for this man to possibly become the POTUS. It took me, I just found that out a couple of years ago what that stood for. But anyway, so they said he kind of just won, but they're kind of like coming out now saying, all of that was all a big cheating scandal and all that, and they're proving all this crap. And he also has said, if I ever get elected president, I'm going to have a vice president who's going to be a black woman. And never mind. I'm about to get on a political roll here. I better shut up.
No, you're good. You know what? It's okay to go a little political sometimes, but it's funny where I live now, I experienced something different because in Providence, Rhode Island, there was a heavy prejudice from Italian Irish, which is a heavy population that didn't like the blacks and vice versa. And then here, there's a heavier prejudice of black people not liking white people in the South that I've noticed personally. Mm-hmm. And I don't know. It's just weird how that works. And I'm in a Republican state now, and you'd think it'd be the opposite, but I don't know. I just see division amongst us coming, and the Jehovah's Witnesses are going to try to capitalize on this. And you know what? At some point, if they keep saying like what is the expression? A broken clock is right twice a day, right? That,
Yeah.
I guess they're going to be right eventually, but everybody's going to know when we're in the Armageddon or Great Tribulation or whatever, or just a calamity that the Earth has never seen. Call it World War III, if you will. We're all going to know what we're going through. We don't need them to tell us. They've been calling it since the 1800s. They can't be. You can't be right for 200 years. Or however many years, decades it'll be. They're it's like a gambler that just keeps rolling the dice. Come on, lucky seven.
They always have an answer for everything too.
Yes, that's a good point.
Like when I learned the Live Forever book, I learned the resurrection hope. So I didn't fear dying anymore because you can be resurrected. And then I learned things are so bad in the world because Jesus was tempted by Satan. Satan said, I can give you all these kingdoms if you just do an act of worship. And I thought, well, 2,000 years, what's changed? Nothing's really changed. So the governments belong to Satan. He has dominion over the governments, you know. And then it was a witness said to me, well, don't forget who came to your door and taught you that, you know.
Yep.
So, and if you bring something else up, they'll say the same thing. Don't forget who told you that, who taught you that. Yeah.
Jehovah's Witnesses love to say, remember, because you guys are a little older than me, so you really remember it more than I do, but I remember it too. Oh, we were the first ones to know that smoking was bad. Right? They claim everything. I don't even know if that's true. Do you guys know if that's actually true? But remember, they used to say that. They used to say we were the first people to know that smoking was bad for your health. And meanwhile, they're having people sacrifice their lives for blood transfusions. Stupid.
I remember when they came out against the smoking, they gave everybody 6 months to quit. And if you weren't
6
in 6
months.
months, if you weren't 100% smoke free, you got disfellowshipped. And I mean, that was in Exodus, looked like in 1975, because I mean, all of a sudden, all these people, mostly it was the older folks, excuse me, that ended up leaving because a lot of them, the older, they did. In fact, we used to have an intermission at the Kingdom Hall between like the Watchtower the talk and the Watchtower study on Sunday, and the ministry school and service meeting on Thursday nights. We had a 15-minute intermission where everybody could go outside and smoke. And
no shit.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
I remember that because I remember being small and looking up at all these big old fat cigars, and got something in my throat. But yeah,
That's the only reason why my grandma didn't get baptized. So I don't know if that's actually a good thing because she didn't stop smoking, and that's the only reason why she didn't become a witness. So if they would have kept the smoking, I would have been like 4th generation JW.
Yeah.
Man.
Wow. Just curious, howdy, Paul, in the comment section. You said the Natick Duck Pond was cool. Well, who are you? Or like, where did you live that you knew that? That's cool. Yeah, the I don't know. I guess that's the duck pond was cool, and the ice cream machine until they got rid of it. But yeah, they used to be able to get vanilla, chocolate, and twist. And my grandfather was an elder, and he would. My family was in on providing the sandwiches, and I would always like take more of the sandwiches and pass them out to my friends and have extra for myself. Puddings, right? My wife is always like, she still looks for those Danishes. People are like, oh, the food was crap. Maybe it was, but my wife still likes those Danishes. The cheese Danish.
I remember the Danish.
Yeah.
I did too, actually. I there were some good things about it, but we were slaves. My family had always cleaned, and when I got older and married myself, and my wife and I, we didn't clean the hall. We didn't do that shit. It was too much to go there at the assemblies as it was. Sometimes I cleaned the Kingdom Hall, but not the assemblies of the conventions. That was too much. I don't know how they ever expected that out of us, and it was all for money. And I mean, and nobody was happy doing it. My parents were miserable, and they kind of treated us badly because we didn't help. But I refused. I'm like, I got my own health problems, and I work full time, and my wife's got her health problems. There was no reason for us to stay and clean. I don't know. I don't know if you guys had to do that too, or maybe as children at least, right?
Oh, don't you
Yep.
know it was a privilege to scrub toilets, Eric? Good grief.
Yeah, scrub
Everybody
toilets,
would be waiting. I
vacuum,
want to scrub that toilet. Let me get next.
put chairs away, right? Manual labor, right?
Yeah.
After the
Yeah.
the memorial, all those chairs got to go downstairs. We slaves, good for nothing slave is right. They took that literally out of the Bible.
Not to mention
So, you
grass
know,
cutting like that.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I rant too much.
Quit
you know,
apologizing, Eric. Okay? You stop it. I want to tell y'all about a book I'm listening to on Audible. It's called The Subtle something of spiritual abuse. The Subtle Signs of Spiritual Abuse. And I'm telling you, it was like we could have wrote that book ourselves. Because in one of the signs of spiritual abuse is saying, I'm sorry all the time. And I've done that all my life. I've apologized. I mean, I wasn't always sorry. I just said it because I thought I had to, you know? And then, but I always felt bad. And that's why you apologize, because you feel bad about something. But that's a sign of spiritual abuse. Another sign is, well, we all know not feeling good enough, you know. Well, now I can't even think of them. But when I was listening to that book, I was like, oh my God. And it wasn't a witness that wrote it. It was, maybe it was. I don't know. But, you know, on Sunday, Scott and Jody have a program every other Sunday. And Scott is the one that told me about it. I'm part of him and Jody's online church. It's Disciples of YHWH in Christ. And they have a YouTube, but we have a Zoom meeting every Sunday. It's just that the further west you live, the earlier it gets, because on the East Coast it's 9:45. I'm in the Central, it's 8:45. Mountain it's 7:45. So if you're on the West Coast, you're talking 6:45 in the morning. But we've got people from all over the world also, and it might even be the same day where they are, you know, as it is for us on Sundays. But anyway, Scott was telling me his wife grew up in a very high control religion. I mean, and it's really bothered her. And there's him and her studying that. But I want to get the book, but I had a gift thing for a couple of things on that Audible. And there's free books, you know, you can listen to on YouTube if you know. I have a hard time reading. I used to be a voracious reader. It was nothing for me to read 10 books a week. I haven't even read 10 books in a year for years now because my eyesight's going like, you know, and now I got macular degeneration on top of all that mess. But anyway, I'm sorry, I digress. And
hey, you're using my word.
I know. I was going to see if you caught that. Because I also said I'm sorry. And I caught myself when I said that. But wait, I just said that.
To go along with what you're saying, though, yeah, I say I'm sorry all the time, and so does Desiree. It all comes from our spiritual abuse, like you said.
Yeah.
Anne-Marie has called me out on it, and then she started to say, "Oh, I'm sorry," and I said, "See, you do it too." We all were plagued from it in some way. We all have some kind of ticks. If that's not your tick, we all have some kind of tick from Watchtower that is hard to. Like I constantly try to remember not to call it the truth. I try to say the lie in my head and then say it's
Right.
the organization, because it's an organization. The other day I heard some company, and forgive me for not remembering what the company was. Let's say it was something like Pep Boys and the governing body of the Pep Boys, and whatever it was. And I was just like, yeah, this is a corporate term, you know. These guys aren't religious. These guys aren't spiritual or biblical, I should say, not religious. They're not biblical. This is made up crap. They're exactly what they are. The governing body, man-made title. That's all they are.
It's a corporation.
It's a corporation, and that's exactly what they are.
Right.
It's not a religion. It's a book publishing company.
Right.
It was. Now they're a media company or real estate. Real estate. Yes. I was going to say media or real estate. It seems like they're leaning towards media, but media is their indoctrination tool. That's why they do all those videos, is to indoctrinate you. It's called a TV program, right? It programs your mind, and they're using the same techniques that advertisements that have done all these years, decades,
and even using cartoons to indoctrinate the kids. Just
take
like
their ice cream money.
Yeah, the Hitler Youth. I mean, indoctrinate the kids. Remember what Hitler would say? I don't care if you people are in my camp or not. Your kids already are. You indoctrinate the kids, and the witnesses do the same thing with their cartoons.
I own you already.
Yeah, I own you. Yep, I own your kids.
Yep.
So. And it works.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. And like I told you, Eric, last time, it's like they're teaching you and your children to be pacifists, to always be like humble. That's why they get like to always apologize and stuff like that. And that was a major issue with me. And it was all they treat you like it's a personality disorder, that you're not sorry enough, you're not humble enough, you're not volunteering enough because you don't care about people. And then, like I said in one of my videos, too, it was like because of that intense thing that they want you to be as a witness, I started to almost have the opposite reaction. I started hating people. Like, I didn't want to talk to people. I didn't want to knock on doors and talk to strangers. And that's the extreme, is because they're always pushing you to be the perfect Jehovah's Witness. And if you don't fit that mold, you're not moldable. You're not taking the new personality. You're not living the best life ever, because you're not serving others. You're serving yourself. And I used to always tell my mom, no, I'm not going to do that. And every time you push back, that's the GOAT personality. And that's when they look at you sideways like, well, why can't you do this? It's a you problem because everybody else is doing it. So why can't you just sit down, lay down, and be passive about everything and let people step all over you? Because that's what being a Jehovah's Witness is. And I said, no, absolutely not. If I have a problem, then I have a problem. And then that's the attitude that they hate, because they don't want children talking back. They don't want you speaking up.
Right, exactly.
But then it becomes a problem because children can get baptized, and once you get baptized, you are treated like an adult. So you are a miniature adult, and now it's like this is expected of you, and if you don't do it, you could get DF for a bad attitude.
Yeah, really
Girl,
good point.
you got that down. You got that down to a fine art talking about that. That's right. That's exactly what it's like.
I mean, even for a bad attitude,
like the oh god.
You could, because if it's bad enough, like if you keep talking back to the elders, if you're not listening to what they're saying, you have a real bad attitude, and you could get I don't know if you could get DF for it. I don't know how bad it can go, but you can definitely get reproved. Like, if you don't listen to what they're saying, and your parents are just letting the elders discipline you, and they're not disciplining you themselves, because that was another issue. My mom was a single mom, no father in the household, so the elders was the disciplinary figure. So whenever I had a problem, I had to go to the elders because I was baptized. And so that's like the gray line. That's the gray area where you can have a serious problem that I could handle it with my mom. I don't need to go to the elders. But she was a fanatical Jehovah's Witness and would force me to have judicial committees. Like, oh, you're going to have to call an elder and confess and say what it is, because I know about it, so-and-so knows about it. And now if more than one person knows about it, you got to talk to the elders. And that's the issue. Nothing is ever kept within the family. You always have to rat each other out, and it all depends on your attitude. So if you don't have a good attitude, if you can't fake it to make it, you can get reproved and your social life is dead.
When Desiree and I tried to get reinstated, I got disfellowshipped for smoking pot, and my wife got disfellowshipped supposedly for being around a disfellowship friend. But when I was talking to the elders and trying to get reinstated, I told them that I was still on pot, but I had a doctor's note for it, and I had a license for it. I even had a license that were in Rhode Island where I could grow 13 plants for myself. And he said we don't have a problem with that actually now. And I'm like, okay. And I'm like, so what is the problem? And he's like, well, it's what you and your wife are saying. There was something in our life that happened to us, and I'm not going to get into it fully, but we came to the conclusion very strongly from something that happened to us to where we knew that the governing body were evil and they were lying, and there was a problem in Watchtower and they were seeing things wrong. We didn't say they were evil to them at that time, but but our actions proved that to them. And I think eventually we've never been physically marked as apostates, but we know we are. I asked my mother if I was, and she said I guess. So they're very cowardly for never even telling us what's up. But he said it's not your medical marijuana situation that's the problem anymore. It's what you're claiming and what you're saying. It's what you're saying that something happened to you that just doesn't happen to people. It was a spiritual experience my wife and I went through, and the fact that we didn't have allegiance in Desiree, I had 4 reinstatement letters, she had 5, so 9 collectively. And Desiree got rejected from being a Jehovah's Witness, to make a long story short, because she did get reinstated and they had a date for her, but they took it away from her. And I've told this story before, so sorry to be repetitive. But then because she didn't have allegiance to the governing body, and she told her mother that Jehovah is mad at the governing body and that they don't have his favor, she was not allowed to be reinstated in that date. They took it away from her because my mother-in-law copied and pasted it to the elders, and that was the end of it. And this shows that this isn't about God and its allegiance to 9 men or however many are going to be in the future. That's all it's about. And I just thought I would share that again if anybody didn't hear the story before. But, yeah.
Well,
I think I want to head out. I just wanted. I have to go for a while, so it's been nice, everybody.
It's been awesome hearing from you, Aaron, for sure, man.
Yeah.
Don't be a stranger. Don't be a stranger, man. It's nice to see the face.
Yes, sir. All right. Well, bye, Ruby, Debbie, Kevin, if he's still there.
Bye.
Take care.
Take care. You too.
Yeah, that's a good point. If I can bring that up real quick. Where is that? Paloma Alber. There we go. That's a really good point.
How old are you? You need to tell me how old you are. I think because I know a lot of what you're talking about too. And you said you're kind of older in here. Are you older than me?
Who?
Aloma Alber.
Oh, Aloma Alber. Oh, in the comments.
Something about watch the corporation on YouTube. I know somebody's talking about Mormon stories. I watch that too a lot. In fact, after some of Rick's shows, if you don't change from channel to channel with each show, on one of these shows, Mormon stories comes on right after it, and I ended up getting interested in that stuff. Key in audio book, Handmaid's Tale. Oh, it is at YouTube too. Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm writing it down, Maloma. That's why I was asking. So
did I have it there long enough? You need it back up?
No, I got. Well, I got it. I don't know if anybody else needs it, but I got it.
Okay, that's cool. Just checking. I like doing
But
this because the I'm able to control the audience. Man, I don't mean to bring him up, and I hope he don't come on. But the guy known as Wyatt Earp,
yeah.
he was a pain. He was a pain in my ass. He bring the
hmm
ugly out of me, and I almost stopped doing this because of him. But I have control now, and if he comes in, he's no longer going to be called Wyatt Earp because Wyatt Earp was an honorable lawman. You know, he was a badass, and he took people out, and it was a real character. And this guy is far from that. His name is Robert from Arizona because he gave it away one time when he was probably drinking too much. And Jerry from well, I don't have to say where he's from. JP, he told me he reminded me of that, and I remembered too. So that's his name. His name is Robert, and I'm glad to have this format because I don't want to fight here. I want to bring a nice peaceful audience like I have right here with y'all. Ruby and Debbie and Kevin and Aaron that was on and Grace too. We're all driving. I think not having certain bad spirits is a good thing. You know, if the guy ever wants to change and he can come on, I'll let him on for a second. The moment that he acts up, he's gone. But it's just we're here to heal and we're not here to fight. And I'm sorry to bring it up, but I never brought it up from the other couple weeks that I was on, or you know, because I'm bi-weekly on the show.
I was mad because he was going to screw it up for everybody.
Yeah, and this has been
Everybody
peaceful
watched the
tonight, right?
show.
Yeah, and
Everybody
it's been
watched the
peaceful now.
show. He
Yeah,
was just a
oh,
jackass.
thank you. Yeah,
Well, I mean, I had a good nickname for him. You know that I explained that. You know about how Indians would name people like
yeah,
by what they were looking at.
that's
You remember
funny.
that? You remember that? I wrote
Yes,
that to you, Eric. Yeah, okay. Didn't you think that was appropriate and
yeah, you good.
and an excellent explanation?
I think so.
Yeah. Well, just leave it to everybody's imagination. What I
Yeah, right.
nicknamed that jackass. That excuse me, wait, that's not what I nicknamed him. Was it jackass? It was something else.
It's okay. I don't want him not to be able to defend himself if he wants to come on, but I'll end up booting him when he gets inappropriate. But it's just we're not here for that. We're not here just to like, all right, like if he's gonna do that to me, then I'm Howard Stern and he's a part of my whack pack. Remember that? Remember when Howard Stern had the whack pack, all the crazy callers that would just interrupt them? By the way, I don't like Howard Stern at all.
I was gonna say, don't be talking Howard Stern because that
no,
dude was.
no. Well, listen.
I know
When I grew up in the '90s, Howard Stern was a completely different man than he is now. He's a douchebag. This guy. All right, I'm not going to get into him, but I don't like the way he got. He's very totalitarian. Oh, I'm going to kill people. I want to kill people who don't wear a mask. I mean, come on, dude. I mean, maybe in certain parts, like New York, wear masks, but here in Tennessee, the only people I see wear masks is like 1%, like the elderly. Like nobody's really wearing a mask here. I don't know. It depends where you live, I guess. But Howard Stern got extreme and very liberal, and I don't agree with him. But I was just using it as a reference because he did have a good show in the '90s, even though it was degrading women. Though, how good was it? Because he was a pig. I don't know. He says he. Yep. Go ahead.
We were talking about prejudice a minute ago. I got somebody posted a clip from Archie Bunker, All in the Family. You know,
yeah, he was another pig.
Oh hush. Anyway.
Well, you don't think so?
Well, of course he was. He was a bigot, of course. But you know, so a lot of people are. But that don't make any sense what I just said. But you know, I lived in the South. I was in Memphis when Martin Luther King was assassinated. I remember it clearly. But and there was some racial tensions back then. But you know, there was a few years that it was fine to not be politically correct, to be worried about saying the wrong I keep saying it was a preposition. It wasn't a pronoun or something. Because now you've got to worry about if somebody's male, a female, or she-male, or a binary, non-binary, or one of them other
Transsexual,
things
whatever.
that identifies an animal and all that crap. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Furry.
Furry, yeah, I guess that's what they are. Where they have to put a litter box at school for the ones that want to be a cat.
I can't believe that. I can't believe that's
It's
happening.
so stupid. They
Yeah.
were doing that in Omaha, Nebraska, and I'm like, good
Really?
Lord.
That's why I'm
Good Lord.
homeschooling. My whole living room
Good
is a
for you.
classroom.
That's
Yeah.
awesome.
Good for
Is that what
you.
that is? That what that is in the background right there?
Yep, I have
Yeah.
my presidents on the wall. I have a bunch of, the world, and I have a whiteboard, and I have the whole living room literally to be homeschooling because I'm doing, 3 different grades for 3 different children because the same things with the school system, it was horrible. And they just kept having problems at school that I'm like, but you guys are the adults and you can't handle disputes among children. Like, you're the principal, this is your job. Why don't you suspend the people who are bullies or physically assaulting my kid? And they never did anything about it. So I was like, okay, so I'm going to homeschool and I'm going to do what's best for me. And I'm in the state of Florida, so this is one of the best states for school choice. And thank God for Governor DeSantis passing so many bills for parents to make decisions and scholarships to financially support families. Instead of it going to the DOE, is going to the parents to decide how you want to raise your kids with whatever curriculum you want. And there's just so much freedom here that I was like, of course I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna take
Oh, you live
advantage
in
of what I
Florida?
can. Yeah.
Oh, you do. What part?
Tampa Bay.
Oh, okay.
I
My
got
wife was
relatives
born in
there.
Tampa.
Yes.
Yep, and my family is from Denellen, Ocala. And my wife is from Ocala. It's about an hour north of north. Is it north of Orlando? I think either north or south. Sorry.
Yep.
But yeah, I have a lot of ties to Florida, big time. And DeSantis has, I wouldn't want him as president, but I am proud of him for what he did to Disney.
Yeah.
I mean, he did. He destroyed those MFs.
Yeah, I remember
you want to
everything.
do this
Yeah.
agenda against our kids, then you know what? You deserve
Right.
to be brought down your empire. Good. And they're with
Yes.
China.
Yep.
All the credits because I like Star Wars, but I'm no longer a fan of Star Wars Disney because it's just all woke. But some of the stuff that still is decent, I'll filter through it and I'll watch it. But at the end of the credits, there's always a message in Japanese, and I've looked it up on YouTube, and someone has translated it, and it's a shout out to Xi Jinping and to the Chinese government, and I'm like, yeah, okay.
Wow. Yeah, no. So sometimes you just have to take it within your own hands, literally, and raise your own kids
Yeah.
and teach your own kids and do
And good for
everything like
you.
how they did back in the day. Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, it was a hard decision, but an easy decision at the same time. You know what I mean? Because it's like, that this is the best way because you're the parent, you know what's best for your own kid. And I'm still young enough to like keep up with the, the times and I'm still tech savvy and stuff like that. So I'm like, of course, why not? Of course.
Right.
How old are your kids?
I have okay, so everybody's birthday is in the same month, and this year in the month of July, everybody's going to be 10, 7, and 6.
Wow. You got your hands full.
You do have your hands full.
Different
They're all in the
grades. I
same
mean,
bracket.
that takes a
Yeah.
lot of discipline.
Yes. Yeah, it does. And I had to learn the hard way because, I started out with my first one as a JW, and that's the reason why I got this fellowship was, getting pregnant out of wedlock. So it wasn't a choice whether or not you're going to have this kid. Of course you're going to have it because we're against abortion, right? So there was, I talk about it sometimes. I haven't really given my full story like on the internet yet.
Mhm.
But so yeah, that's when I had to have my first one at a very young age. I was only like 17, 18, and I had to learn the hard way how to do things, because when they shun you, when you get disfellowshipped, even if you have a baby or you're pregnant, they don't care. They're going to shun you and do what they're supposed to do no matter what, because their loyalty is to Jehovah and to the governing body, not to you. So I had to learn that the hard way, and basically raise them by myself, even though I was still a child myself.
Yeah, that
know,
happened with my daughter.
A
She
person named Mark Martin on YouTube said that he's an ex Jehovah's Witness, and he was an elder, and he gave a story of a woman that wasn't, or a young woman around your age, who wasn't a Jehovah's Witness, and she got pregnant like you, and had the child, but she only couldn't have certain responsibilities in the congregation at this church, and that was it. She had her family and her support. To be disfellowshipped, and like, you're already having a trial on your life. It's a good thing, but it is a trial because it's young. You need support from your peers and your family and your friends, your community, and to reject you for making a mistake, that's just awful, because like it's such judgment,
Right.
and it's so hurtful that you had to go through that. That's so awful, because when you need help the most, you're rejected. That's what happens.
Exactly. They show their true colors every single time, and you just have to believe them the first time. And I believed them, and I was like, okay, so then I just have to just figure it out. Google was my parenting advice. I would just Google everything.
You were blessed. You were blessed with that. I didn't have that. I had to. I had to learn from abuse, and then eventually you get sick of getting hit, and you're like, oh, hey.
Oh my God, that's horrible. Yeah, that's
I don't even mean it physically. I mean it in a metaphorical sense. Like with the
right.
elders. Like I used to get calls from elders, and I was in the back room 17 times that I can remember, and it's just like, oh, it's constant nagging. I always had people like it. One time, a friend of my brother's, really, they were the closer age bracket, but he was a friend of mine too, even though he was much younger. But he asked how my brother was doing, because he was disfellowshipped and I was reinstated at the time. And I said, he's doing okay. We talked the other day. He's a bartender in Florida. He works in Florida, or he lives in Florida, and he's a bartender at a restaurant. And he's like, oh, that's good. Well, he must have told his family. And then I get a call from an elder. Oh, hey, you're talking to your brother. I found out from Tony Silva. That's the father of the kid. So I'm just like, and I used to get calls like that all the time. I don't even count that as the back room. All these phone calls of people accusing me of things or doing things wrong. It gets aggravating at some point. It feels like constant harassment, and you want to snap at it.
the elders used to call you, and you weren't allowed
I get calls from the elders all the time. The biggest fu to me from a call from an elder was, hey, Eric, this is Mark Anter, and yeah, he used to talk like this. Listen, buddy, we heard that you guys went out to, like, a bunch of you went out to the restaurant, right? Yeah. And you had some drinks, and you went back to your place and drank a few more. And I'm like, yeah. And he's like, well, was there drunkenness going on? I'm like, well, who's saying this? And he told me the person, and it was my buddy's wife. And yeah, she was drunk, and we were all fine. I don't know what her problem was. When like someone's so drunk, and like she was like talking to me about this new Zelda game that came out for Nintendo, and I'm like, oh cool, I don't have a Nintendo. She's like, dude, I'll like totally let you borrow a Nintendo, and you can like play this Zelda game's the best ever. I'm like, okay, cool. When you're not like on that level, you're like, all right. And then this girl ends up, I guess, getting a guilty conscience, tells him, the elder, and then the elder is like asking me if a bunch of drunkenness was going on. I'm like, no, she was drunk, and he's like, yeah, he said that she mixed some prescriptions and with alcohol, and it got her tipsy. And I'm like, yeah, bullshit. I saw how much she drank. I'm like, it's just, I don't know, man. The witnesses are just they're judgmental, and a lot of them don't want to see their own sins, and then they get bothered by it, and they'll blame other people for their own problems because no one was drunk but her. And it's just like I was really. It took me like a month to really ponder about that situation. I'm like, yeah, she totally ratted me out.
You know that thing about keep the congregation clean. Oh,
Yeah.
everybody that goes there, they're trying to be cleansed by through Jesus. They're all sinners. Congregation is
Yeah.
clean.
Yeah. Yeah, if we're all a good point. If we're all sinners, how can you keep the congregation clean? That's a great
Can't.
point. Yeah.
Everybody is
Then you know what? Let's do this. Everyone gets disfellowship. No one talks to anybody because we're all sinners.
Oh man, I don't know.
Well, guys, I am going to head to bed now because it is 1 a.m. where I am at. So
Yeah, you're Eastern time, and it's 12:15
Yeah.
my time. 16. I feel. Thanks for
Yeah.
coming on, Ruby. Don't be a stranger. Great to
Yes,
have
I'm
you here.
gonna
Check
try
out
to
Ruby's
catch
channel.
you. Oh yes, thank you guys. I'll see you next time.
Okay,
All
it
right.
was nice seeing
Love
you.
you. Take care.
It is nice putting the
Bye.
names and the faces together.
For sure.
Yes.
Yeah. Good night.
I was thinking about the memorial. It seems like every time I go, and now after all these years, I haven't gone since 2011, right, to a meeting. All it is just one big sales pitch to join the Jehovah's Witnesses. That's all it is. And when I remember going to a funeral too. The funerals are the same way. It's just one big sales pitch to get you to become a Jehovah's Witness. It's not about honoring the person that's died. It's not. It's always the same. The memorial and funeral, they're all the same.
In fact, when my grandfather died, my father, I was living in Tennessee, and it's a long story short. I won't go there, but my wife and I were living in a group home to get ourselves back on track. Now we live in a house, but anyways, my father called me and he said, your grandfather died. And I said, okay, how'd he die? And he told me some of his health problems that had caught up to him. I said, all right. And he said, his funeral's coming on in like a half hour if you want to listen to it. And I was like, nah, I don't want to listen to it because I knew it was going to be an advertisement. And I was like, I've already heard him a million times as a kid. And I started waking up as once I was disfellowshipped to that. Once I was marked to an apostate, I started waking up to everything. And I thought, this is such a fuck you to me to tell me in 30 minutes that my grandfather died of, 4 or 5 or however many days ago it was. And here's a scrap of bone or, here's a scrap like I'm a dog to listen to something that's not even going to honor him. And, it also bothered me that my grandfather and I, he died angry at me. So I don't know. I couldn't make that bullshit funeral, but I would have went in person. If he would have gave me the time, I would have, or if he would have loaned me the money, I would have flown up and like paid him back, But I didn't have that option. I wasn't going to do that in that. It wasn't even Zoom. It was just like listening on the phone. This was like 2017, 2018, somewhere around there.
Angry
I'm
because
telling
you
excuse me.
didn't go back? Angry because you didn't go back? The witnesses?
He was angry at me because of how my wife and I were calling out the Jehovah's Witnesses and just saying how they got a lot of things wrong. And he told me that he wanted the old Eric back. And I'm like, well, the old Eric that was abusive to people, like sometimes physically and emotionally, and like I had to get a grip on myself and learn myself. I'm like, no, I'll never be that person again. What my grandfather wanted was the submissive man, and that just like gave into his anger and emotions and just followed the lead. But no, I broke free of that, and I no longer, I no longer wanted to be a part of that sheep-like thinking, because we were talking about the sheep and the goats earlier. The sheep and the goats apply not to men versus men, but to the spirit realm, to mankind. That was the analogy. So when you say that you're a goat because you're not following Watchtower, nah, you're damn right I'm a goat, because I am a goat. I'm not a sheeple. The sheep, I am a sheep with God, but I'm not a sheep to man, because I won't listen to man. They don't get that analogy. They miss it entirely, just like they miss out on the parable of the prodigal son. Sorry to get religious. Just lost my audience.
You're not getting religious. You're just talking.
Yeah, I feel you. See, I said I'm sorry again. There's that abuse.
I know.
Ties in with my theme.
Getting on to you.
But can I say too, from 2011, I still wanted to go back. I was doing a paper route from 2013 to almost 2 years, and I would drive by the Kingdom Hall. Yeah,
I did it. It's hard work.
I was driving by the Kingdom Hall almost every night, and I was thinking I want to go back. You know, I finished the paper route. It was on 2015, and the stuff's still in my head. You know, and so I saw this watching the YouTube videos, and then when I saw that one about that brother that fought in Vietnam, his 7 kids won't talk to him just because he said to the elders he thought he had a drinking problem, and they disfellowshipped him. And his granddaughter's the only one that talks to him. It's like, you know, that's when the cobwebs started to go away. I felt bad. I felt ashamed, but it's like, well, it's not me. It's this religion, this corporation that did it to him, and it's really not my fault. But that's when I woke up, 2015. So since then, you know, and they come around once in a while, but yeah, I'm not interested really.
Yeah,
I don't think I could stand in another Kingdom Hall again. It's boring as hell, and it's false. Why would I want to go back?
But, you know, not that we're after like, hey, what can you do for me? But in all seriousness, what the Jehovah's Witnesses have to offer you?
Nothing really.
Yeah.
I appreciate the things they taught me that were in the Bible. You know, but like I said, the resurrection, hope, and about the kingdoms belonging to Satan. But a lot of those scriptures, you know, they always do the Bible, go to the scripture. But now I know a lot of them, when they do that, go to these scriptures, it's to back up their doctrines, really.
Yeah, they don't take the whole thing they take it out of context.
Yeah,
you might need to read a whole chapter or a whole book to understand one little part of it, but they take and cherry pick. Well, this one says that one says this. Now let's make, you know, they use the same scriptures over and over and over.
Yeah.
Yep.
I appreciate them teaching me about those things that were true in the Bible. Those are true, but all the other stuff is just upholding their doctrines. And if they had told me right up front and said, "Hey, we predicted the end in 1898 and 1913 and 1925 and 1975, I would have said goodbye. I don't want nothing to do with you." But, you know, in a sense, they're lying to you by telling you all this stuff, aren't they? Yep. So, yeah, they lied to me. Yeah. And everybody
Were you
else.
raised as a witness?
No, I came in 84, so I was 20. I was born in 61, so 20, 24, 25. I learned it.
I was lucky. I got born into it. Third generation, 40 plus years.
Fourth generation for me.
What generation? Oh, well. I feel sorry for the people that were kids going to school and had to stand out in the hallway at school because they couldn't participate in a what, Christmas party or something. That's
Yeah, that
abuse to
was
the
bad.
I got the shit kicked out of me for being a hemophiliac Jehovah Witness and like abused in every way, man. Oh God! But you know what? There was one point in junior high school where I didn't get bullied at all because there was this big black guy named John Bass, and he was a Jehovah's Witness, and he was like 6'3", 6'4", somewhere around there. He was giant. I'm 6'1". However tall he was way taller than me. And no one bothered us while he was there. He was there 2 years with us. It was great. He was our bodyguard. I remember he was picking on this other Jehovah's. There was a kid picking on this other Jehovah's Witness, and he came over, picked this tall guy up, slammed him against the locker, manhandled him. Yeah, we were. It was like we were like the Jehovah's Witness mafia. No one's messed with us because of John Bass. You know, just to give a quick joke since we're laughing, his name was Bass, his last name, and there was this elder, and he's kind of a racist. He always made fun of black people, and he said, "Hey, you know the Bass family?" I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "What do you see when you look in their toilet?" I'm like, "What?" He's like, "A Bass turd." This is coming from an elder who's supposed to be, you know, our role models.
Oh.
But I just thought I'd lighten the mood a little bit.
I think they looked at me in a different light because being in my 20s and just coming in, I think they looked at me more favorable. Probably. Yeah.
Yep.
And I remember the lady left. I don't know if she was disfellowshipped because she got pregnant. No, I know someone. I can't remember her last name. She was in the Concord congregation. She got pregnant. She didn't get disfellowshipped. She just said, I guess she just said she was sorry. And you know what the presiding overseer said? That lived at Bethel. He's like, we'll welcome the kid to the congregation. She never got disfellowshipped, but I bet if she had been in a different congregation, she would have been out.
Yep.
Isn't that automatic? You get pregnant and you're not married, you're out.
Yeah,
she wasn't married. Yep. But no, they kept her and the kid, and nothing happened to her. Nope. It's hard to say, from one congregation to another. There's nothing is the same. The way they do the judicial meetings and stuff, how they treat people, it's different from one congregation to another. I guess from what I'm learning.
Yeah, there is no true unity, and there's different rules everywhere you go.
And as for Holy Spirit, I never felt it. Of course, you tell them that, and they have an excuse for that too. Oh, you need to pray more. You need to do this. Or, oh, you must have something in your house that's pagan or something. You need to get rid of it. You must have a book on the occult. You've got to get rid of it, burn it.
My family told me that my mother had a gift from a friend, and they all back it up, and it was rosary beads. And my mother, for some reason, kept lashing out, "I hate Jehovah, I hate Jehovah, I hate Jehovah," over and over again, screaming. And they found the beads, and they got rid of them, like, not even destroyed them, but like brought them away from them and threw it out in the woods far away. And then it went away. And I guess I believed it at that time, but now I severely doubt that story. I don't know. Do you guys really think that happened? Like, do you think that's BS? But I don't know. That's what I thought. I thought that was kind of ridiculous. Like, I don't know. Maybe it could happen. But rosary
I didn't
beads.
hear half of what you said, Eric.
Oh, am I coming in bad?
I didn't hear nothing at all for a minute.
Oh, really? Am I coming in now?
Yeah. Kevin,
Okay,
did you hear him okay?
I can hear him. Yep.
Oh,
okay.
maybe it's just my ear.
I was saying my mom had a gift from a friend and it was rosary beads, to make a long story short, and she was saying screaming I hate Jehovah over and over again. They found the beads, threw them away, and it went away and she was fine. And now I look back and I'm like, is that story really real? I don't know. It just feels far fetched, but I don't know why.
It's something in the mind.
Yeah, I think so too.
Same
Well,
with
they're programmed to think that, so anything that could be similar, they're going to insert that in and turn it into that in their own mind.
My mother is a narcissist and borderline sociopath. She doesn't feel the pain that she does to people, and she kind of almost borderline gets pleasure off of it. So I don't know. This might not be the rosary beads. It might just be my mother being kind of screwed up as a kid. I've heard stories, and I'm not confirmed of it, that she's hurt animals and stuff. So I don't know. I'm not going to get too far more into that, but it's weird. There's a lot of problems in the organization, and one of the biggest problems is not growing and helping yourself, like growing as an individual, to see some of your flaws and fix them. The witnesses are just like, oh, I'm good as long as I'm not disfellowshipped and follow the rules. Meanwhile, like our topic tonight, abuse is happening in the family.
I lived in fear for a long time.
Fear.
Yeah, I joined the YMCA, and I'm like, I'm on disability, so I'm getting like half off going to the YMCA. But you know what that is, the YMCA. So I
Young
would.
Men's Christian Association.
Yeah. So it's like, I just viewed it as a place to go to. You feel better. You use the pool or the sauna, and you can use the equipment there. But it's strange. Before going in there, I would have to look behind me, look across the street, make sure there's not a Jehovah's Witness that I know from the congregation.
Yeah, because it was a thing. It was a thing not to be a part of that association, right?
Yeah, and then I'd dart into the door. And then when I come out, I have to look outside first, see if I see a Jehovah's Witness. Almost every time I go in there, I had this fear. And fear about if I bought a lottery ticket, is there someone behind me that's a witness that knows me from the congregation? I'm serious, Eric.
Yeah, I know. I'm not laughing like that. I'm laughing because I relate.
Yeah.
And since 2015,
paranoia.
Yep.
Yeah, paranoia.
Oh, believe me. My thing was, do they smell the pot on me? Or rated R movies. That's a big one. My wife and I rated R movies, right? Oh, you're looking around to see if anybody's in this near you while you're walking into a rated R film. Like Legends of the Falls, what a great film. And
maybe I'm still.
Go ahead.
Maybe I'm still on there witness, but I haven't been in how long? 13 years. And it's like, I don't care if you want to fellowship, go right ahead. I don't have that fear anymore. I do whatever I want. I want lottery tickets. I buy lottery tickets. If I want to go join the YMCA, I'll join the YMCA. But I felt that fear big time back then. Yeah.
Did you ever worry? Wonder if you ever committed the unforgivable sin?
Which is apostasy, like Eric's doing, that kind of thing.
No, blasphemy of the Holy Spirit. But I never could ever get an answer. What the heck what did it mean? Nobody could ever answer that, because I don't know. It just was always in my head. What if I committed the unforgivable sin? I didn't know what it really was, but nobody would ever tell me what it was. And I was raised as a witness.
I don't know what it is either, but the only thing I can think of is that. I mean, if you fellowship and you go online like Eric does, you're an apostate. That's because they don't like the apostates. I know that. They hate
Well, you know what?
Kenneth Flodine. Do you guys remember Kenneth Flodine, the bald guy of the governing body helper?
Yeah, I think I remember the name.
Yeah, he said he gave a demonstration, and he has some bread, and he has a can of trash, and he takes the bread and he takes balsamic vinegar, is what it looks like it is, and he pours it on the bread and he says that's poison. And he goes, once you've sinned against the spirit, and the bread was the spirit and that was the poison, he throws it in the trash, and he says, Jehovah God throws you away like you're a piece of trash. But I'm thinking to myself, what is sinning against the spirit? Because he didn't explain it. So it was a really bizarre analogy that he used, and that didn't get to the point. And was it being an apostate? Was it what is sinning against the spirit? And he never really clarified it, but it was a very strange analogy. And I almost wanted to be like, hey, that bread's not trash, and if you put balsamic on it, I'll eat it. That's a thing.
I think what I can relate to that is the scripture about Ananias and Sapphira, and they were in the Jewish congregation. They sold some land and they donated to the congregation, but they kept some. Do you remember that story in the Bible?
Yeah. Yep.
Ananias. When they asked about it, when the Pharisees, whoever's in charge, the congregation said, did you give all that money to the congregation? And he said yes, and he dropped dead. That would be sinning against the unforgivable sin, I guess. Yeah.
Well, that was more lying, wasn't it?
Yeah,
welcome, Isaac.
too.
How you doing, buddy?
Doing good.
The wife didn't know that the.
Nice to meet you, Dan. My name's Eric.
Eric,
hey, Dan.
Isaac.
Oh,
I like your beard, bro.
Thank you. Yeah, 8 months.
8 months? That's pretty good, man.
Oh,
shit.
Yeah.
I'm at like 4 years, 5 years.
Yeah. All right.
Dan, are you Howdy Paul? Huh? Can you hear me?
Nope.
No? Can you not hear us, buddy?
I can hear. Oh, am I muted or something?
Oh, Debbie was asking you, what did you ask, Debbie?
If his name was also Howdy Paul.
If your name was Howdy Call. I don't know if you can hear Debbie.
Howdy.
Nope. That's not him, Debbie.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Okay. Because I was
okay,
talking to him I was talking to Howdy Paul in the comments.
Oh,
dude, I love your background in your room. Great.
I can type in chat right there. I have
the
channel.
surfing thing.
Yeah, I
love
just did this
surfing.
today. I redid it. It was all like unorganized, and I like put these two up. And the light's too bright, but it's dark in here, kind of.
That surfing in Hawaii.
Yeah, an IKEA surf tapestry.
Yep. Been to Hawaii 3 times. Been to the North Shore. It's pretty there.
Oh, okay, I surfed in Bali, and I surfed in St. Martin, and I surfed in California so far.
Not on North Shore in Oahu.
No, I've never been to Hawaii yet.
You should go. The North Shore.
I don't like reef. I don't like getting reef breaks.
Okay, 5 o'clock at night. They all get out of work and they're all out there surfing. All the locals.
Yeah, I did
to watch them.
Cool.
I wanted to mention too the anointed people. When I first went up to Wolfboro, that wasn't really the congregation I was supposed to go to. They were taking care of the town I was in. There was one woman that was anointed, and I was allowed to sit down with her and talk to her. And you know what? After all these years, it's like they're just delusional, is what it is. It's something in their head. They think they're going to heaven, but they're delusional, is what it is. They're not going anywhere. Yeah.
Right.
Do you still believe in
the thing is too, like,
Kevin?
in my opinion, I feel like if the anointed class existed, it probably shut off after Jesus' day. Like, why would God pick broken people of our modern day to be in heaven if that's their belief system?
No.
It just doesn't even make sense. None of it.
No.
It's one of the whole messages, actually. I think.
If we're living in the time of the end, yeah, go ahead.
Oh, the broken people. Like, I think that's who he's looking for, right?
Mm. Yeah, I
then
mean,
you
the first shall be last, and the last shall be first.
Yeah.
That's how I feel.
Then you can't partake. You can't take the communion, the bread and the wine. You always pass it. You have the great crowd, but I took communion because my mother's sick. We went to the
Just gotta
hospital.
take a quick break. Sorry.
I took the bread and wine from a Protestant priest, Catholic priest, and what was it, yesterday? Yeah, yesterday I got it from a born again Christian. I took the bread and the wine. Yeah.
Well, you know, Kevin,
You're supposed
Jesus said that to keep doing this in remembrance of me.
That's
That's
right.
what they did. They passed the bread and the wine. We're all supposed to be doing that. And you know, the thief hanging next to him, he told him, "You'll be with me in paradise." But he also told the disciples he had gone to prepare a place for them. So, I mean, I believe that. I don't know what. Never mind. I was to say we're all
I
supposed
think
to be able to go to heaven, but then the Bible also says the earth is going to be made into a paradise, and
yeah.
humans were originally created to live on the earth. So it wouldn't make sense for us all to go in heaven. That's what the
No,
angels. That's their dominion. We're still humans.
we
You
have
know
to
what I
do
mean?
what Adam was supposed to do, extend the Garden of Eden to the whole earth and have
Right.
kids and populate the earth. Yeah, that's what we're supposed to do. We're not everybody's supposed to go to heaven, but you still have to partake of the bread and the wine because Jesus said, "Do this in remembrance of me." Right?
Yep.
So
And
why you
not
go to
doing it is rejecting Jesus.
so when I was going, I was rejecting Jesus by just passing it and not partaking. Right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's part of a black mass in the satanic world.
Oh. Okay. All right.
Yeah, it actually we had no idea what we were partaking in.
But see, these three communions I got from the Protestant, the Catholic priest, and from the man that's a born again Christian. And the born again Christian, he's like, you have to partake. Jesus said you have to partake of it. But when I went to the Jehovah's Witnesses, we weren't.
Hmm.
And, we just believed what they told us. So.
What was your experience like in the organization, Isaac?
It was cool. I went to a 6-month Bible school in Pismo Beach, and then that's when I went to Bali in Thailand. I found something on the inside that was pretty powerful. They were very like evangelical, kind of like charismatic. I liked it was pretty cool. I find just like a lot of scripture reading and just repetitive like Bible study doesn't do much. I find so I don't really go to church like that. Uh, I like the worship session. Like if I go, I'll go worship and I'll leave, which some people say is like disrespectful, but it's just how I feel. And then yeah, I don't know. I don't hate on anyone or anything. I just think there's like we've been caught in loops and circles in the church that is just kind of keeping us in the same spot and not doing anything. Like we're just living in that glory and not changing the earth at all. That's what it seems like.
So were you raised as a Jehovah's Witness at all?
No.
No. How did you know them, or just being religious at all? Is that how you just
No,
being
I
religious?
don't know any Jehovah's Witness actually. It was a Christian Bible school.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
How did you end up on our channel, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, what was it? I don't know. I think the word awakening caught me, and then when I joined, you were saying something about Ananias.
Oh, okay. That wasn't me. That was somebody else, I think. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, not you. Sorry, I meant the channel.
But that's
No,
cool.
I don't.
Well, it's
I was
really
like,
interesting. My show used to be called Red Pilled after the Watchtower, but then I was supposed to join another guy, and it became Awakening from the Watchtower. But yeah, it's because we did awake, and that's sometimes why we get political too, because all of us have become awake to something at some point, and it was freedom for us to break free from it. But it's cool to have you on because we love to have people that are curious of our stories and what we went through. It's really cool,
What
man.
are your beliefs, if you don't mind me asking, basically?
Yeah, I believe in a one God. Like a, I don't know the best way to put it. I would say that in Earth, the harmony that exists that we know can exist but doesn't fully like exist in fruition is like a thumbprint of God, I'd say. Like the source. I know there's something like represented through like a like a category of like a dimension down every step almost. Like God came as Yeshua, I think, in a like I don't know how high up it goes as like as to what source is, but like he says he has a father and he says he's in heaven, and Yeshua seems like love is the most important thing. Like it's the biggest commandment is to like look deep into yourself and like balance that emotional whatever that so we know the difference between good and evil and have discernment and like be that thing that you would want to treat yourself and like treat others and like that's pretty clear to me. So I believe like I believe in that clearness of love like that he showed us and like even to the point of like I'm so like frustrated and you won't listen like I will die for this and I like what am I like all the way like kind of thing. So I do believe in the power of love like that could go beyond death and come back. Yeah, believe in Yeshua.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I guess.
What religion is that?
it sounds like your personal belief system, like you don't belong to a religion.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Like
Yeah.
I don't know. I haven't found a place like that I would say I belong, except for like all of humanity, like being harmonized.
No,
So
I
kind of
feel you.
new age
You kind of
then,
have like
right?
a Rastafarian vibe almost, like just because of Yahweh and like Jah or whatever. Like there's in peace and harmony, a one God makes sense. I don't know. It's hard for me to know what I believe, but I'm not agnostic. I'm definitely a Christian, but I don't follow mainstream Christianity at all whatsoever. I'm more of a spiritual person.
Yeah, same.
I don't
You
I
claim
will
know,
to
say,
be any
peace and
denomination.
harmony to everyone.
yeah.
Oh, sorry,
I would
Debbie.
say the outer body experiences I've had kind of back my beliefs. Like,
You know, after being in the witnesses, the Jehovah's Witnesses, and them telling you this is the one true religion, and then you realize you've been burned, it's like, you know, wasted all your time. It's like, it's hard for me to, I look at the born again Christians and it's like, I don't know.
mhm.
I'm kind of like you, Eric. It's like, maybe it's better just to believe in God and not go to any church because I just don't know anymore.
Well,
I believe in God,
If
yeah.
Christ is our example, right? Then let's just try to
Yeah,
be good to others like he did. That's it.
yeah,
You know,
yeah.
our householders out in service used to tell us that when we knock on your doors, and they would tell us, "Oh, you just got to be a good person and do right by others, like you want to be treated." And they were right this whole time. Now that I'm out, I do feel that way. You know, Jesus died for our sins, but it doesn't mean it gives you the right to be a dickhead. Pardon my
Yeah,
French.
You're
yeah.
missing the mark.
Sorry, sometimes my mouth. Rhode Islanders and being an auto body and being in the boatyard.
You're
You
not
just
sorry.
okay. I'm not sorry because I'm gonna keep doing it. I'm not repentant.
That's right. You
Yeah,
sinner.
You
Oh,
sinner. You filthy
oh.
sinner. You should be
I don't see it.
disfellowshipped.
I don't
Yeah.
see it that way. Yeah.
That's funny.
I use skate terms like I try not to cuss and try not to use these words, but I grew up skating.
Oh, I was a skater too. Yep.
Yeah, it's hard to break a language habit.
Skater. I would go in mosh pits when I was a Jehovah's Witness. I rebelled big time. I would crowd surf at concerts. I've been to I didn't get to see Rage Against the Machine. I wanted to see them, but my father threw out that album. That's for sure. It was a tape cassette. It was the '90s, but he didn't like "F you, I won't do what you tell me." He didn't appreciate "Killing in the Name of" very much from Rage Against the Machine. My old man was hard on me with music, and it's funny because his old man was hard on him for baseball or football or what sports. But that's what the cult did to us, being in a high controlled group. My grandfather was a Mormon, converted to Jehovah's Witness, so he had he was like super cult in one person.
Yeah. Scary, weird stuff. I don't know how deep it goes, but
It goes pretty deep, but
I have some
there's been some good
connections in Hollywood.
experiences from it, but not much.
Yeah. I have some family in Hollywood, and that shit's weird, man.
You
I've
do?
heard some
Wow.
weird stuff.
Well, there's a lot of stuff coming out of Hollywood now that we're hearing about.
Yeah. Makes me wonder about a few things from my past that I won't get into, but it's very odd.
Interesting.
I love surfing. I remember seeing something somewhere. It was on the internet about in I think it was Oahu. The surfing, big sign: surf now, Armageddon later.
That's cool.
In other words, just live for now. When Armageddon comes, don't worry about it today.
You know what? You know how we are the ones labeled an apostate, but the one the Watchtower is missing. That's the real apostate. One of the dictionary, one of the meanings of an apostate is someone who changes their belief and then teaches them. Okay, now who could we think of that might be telling you to believe this and that, and then they come back like, oh, wait a minute, new life, that's wrong. So now we got to believe this, and this. Oh, no, wait. Let's do this. Who changes their beliefs all the time and teaches them constantly? It's the Watchtower Society. They are the true apostates in this whole organization, if you think about it. Or at least that's what I think about.
Bumblebee in the comment section says Watchtower's governing body has become Jehovah's Witnesses' golden calf idol. It's true.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen people do memes of one Watchtower had them bowing down to the calf, and it was jw.org written on it, and it's true. It's become that literally. To let sorry, I'm forgetting your name. I got to look it up. I think it's Isaac. To fill Isaac in on it, beards were banned from Jehovah's Witnesses for about 100 years, and they just now gave permission for them to have beards. So it's funny to see men that are grown-ass men be like, "Oh, we can have a beard now," and they're growing a beard. So it's a high control group, and this is why we do what we do, to expose what happens and to warn people, because they knock on your door and it's a threat to you and your family and to everybody. So that's why we do what we do. Call us activists, protectors of the truth, whatever. Fighters, freedom fighters. But yeah, we are apostates because we left our religion, our faith. That's all it means to be. When you look up the definition of apostate, that's all it means, is to leave one's political party or religious party, basically.
Which we have the right to do.
Yeah, exactly. Right. That's our God-given right and our American right so far. Oh, hey, RC Kim. I haven't seen you in the comment section, but you're here now. Well,
so like the
supernatural.
Is that
go ahead.
anything that falls into your belief is like anything supernatural or divine, or is it?
My beliefs are my own. I don't push them on people. I don't. I don't. If someone privately asks me what I believe, I don't have a problem saying what I believe, but I don't like being preachy. You know, it's not my thing.
Yeah, I was just curious. I wasn't trying to ask too much, my bad.
I do believe in the spirit realm. Yeah, like me personally. I do believe as like spirit creatures. I don't really believe in aliens, but I'm not completely ignorant to think that there isn't something else out there. But I'm mostly the spirit realm type of person that I agree something's out there. And I believe in a higher power like God, a one God. I still believe that God's name is that He accepts the name Jehovah, not that His name is Jehovah. I believe that there are been different translations passed down, and maybe He accepts that name, maybe He doesn't. I don't know. Yahweh is definitely very close to the original, or it is the original Hebrew. But I don't like getting too philosophical or religious because there's a Sunday program for that on our 6 screens. But like I don't mind getting into it a little bit. But for me personally, I do believe in God and I believe in Jesus Christ and what He did for us. But I just don't believe in telling people what to do with themselves or what to believe. Then I don't. And I feel like I'm no better than a cult leader, like the cult that I left. So I try hard not to push people how to feel or think. But I mean, I am imperfect, and I will have my my feelings and stances on things like we all do.
Yep, me too.
So I believe in Jesus too.
Yeah.
He healed people and brought people back from the dead.
Come on.
Mm-hmm. I've experienced a lot of weird phenomena, like in that dimension, like in that like category, like electric in the body, like weird stuff like that. That's one of the weirdest ones I've had. Dreams, I mean, I believe heavily in my dreams that aren't that they're not just like dreams. Heavily, very deep. And then synchronicity and that trips me out. This world.
Have you had your show? Is that a Jehovah's Witness?
What's that?
Oh yeah, I want to say too that I think there were 4 splinter groups that broke off from the Watchtower, right when Russell died, and then with Rutherford.
Miller Lights was one of them, right?
Yes.
And then the Bible students is the other one. What's the other 2?
Seventh-day Adventists. I think.
Really? Oh no shit! Oh my God, they all come from each other.
Oh my God.
Is Mormon similar?
What's the 4th? Yeah, the same thing. Yeah. Right? Mormons and LDS, same thing.
I have a theory on Mormons.
They're very similar to the Witnesses, but they're different. They do have different beliefs, but it's similar.
Yeah, the Mormons think that they're going to become gods and have their own planet.
Yeah. And this guy Joseph Smith is their prophet that died a long time ago.
And then it was Brigham Young took over after Joseph Smith. And Joseph Smith supposedly found those gold tablets in the earth, and anyway, it's
but those 4 groups that broke off from the Watchtower, I think they're Bible students, I believe.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah. Just that they don't agree with whoever's running the Watchtower.
My buddy Jerry told me that there's about a couple 100,000 of them, I think, or a few 100,000 of them left, and they don't shun, they don't disfellowship, and they don't. There's certain things that they don't do, and they do celebrate Christmas still. Like they still follow Russell's teachings.
That's a wine goblet.
Okay.
But anyways, well, I don't know. We might be winding down a little bit here. I'll keep.
Yeah.
What time is it? Like 1 o'clock my time.
I'm ready to sign off.
Yeah,
Yeah,
are
I
you?
am
I'm
too.
getting
I'm
there too.
sleepy and I got a headache.
Yeah. What do we got left? Yeah, I think I'm ready to be. There's like 25 people here, but we're
Oh, is
all
it?
slowing down in the
Oh,
comment section too. Sorry, Artsy Kim, she just got here.
well, I'm gonna sign off. Eric.
All right. Well, hey, Kevin, it was really great having you, man. Thank you so much for
Yeah.
coming on.
Well, thank you for having me.
Don't be a stranger. I like this format. This is cool. I get
Yeah.
to talk and see people that I haven't.
Yeah, I'm glad you gave it a shot doing this because I didn't want you to quit.
Well, I actually I asked Rick if we could do this way, that it would work, and I convinced him to do it. And I think this is working great. I can control everything here, and I like it.
Oh, it's great. I love it. I
Yeah,
think it's great.
and I'm able to highlight people's comments. I'm able to be more involved in the comment section. This is a good platform. I like it. I'll see what other people think of it. But I think this is better than just opening up the phone and be in the wild, wild west. You know,
I'm just here.
see how I'm more laid back and relaxed, because when I'm provoked, I mean, I've been through too much in my life not to snap back, and I know people don't want me to be the bad guy and be the Christian and just turn the other cheek, but that's easier said than done when you're provoked. It just
Honey,
really,
you
when
ran
someone
out of
says I
cheeks
want to
to
kick your
turn
ass,
already.
it's like, well, you're bringing the Rhode Island out of me. Right back at you, buddy. Oh well.
Do you
Well, I
know?
wish Tim had come on earlier and Abundance Create because they're getting into some interesting stuff too. So entropy. I don't know what entropy is. That's what Kim just wrote on there.
Yeah.
I don't know who Abundance Create is, but I have some good comments.
Oh, thank you, Abundance Create. It's a good show.
Yeah.
They don't want
If
you
you
to.
all want me to stay on till 1:30, that's probably the longest I'll go. But in the comment section. But I don't even know if my guests leave, I won't have much to talk about anyways. We're probably winding down. Energy.
Yeah.
What did she say? Oh, never mind.
I'm kind of ready to say good night too, and
Yeah.
I stay up all hours, but I'm really really tired. I had another bad fall this past Monday night, and
You did.
oh man, I keep re-injuring the same thing in my body over and over again. But it wasn't because of this chair of a chair. Well, yeah, it was. I didn't have the arm down on my wheelchair. And I didn't know that. And I was standing up from this chair and I was leaning over to get the other one. And I reached out to grab the arm that wasn't down. And I just went head first over the whole wheelchair, straight down, head first into the floor. And man, I thought I might be dead for a minute because the sound my head made when it hit that floor, it was just like, oh God. And I just kept thinking, please don't let me break a hip. Please don't. Because sometimes you hear people, older people breaking a hip or something, and it's like a death sentence. But I fought off so many death times. I'm hoping it ain't time for me to go because I still got a lot of crap to do. And I got another generation coming from me.
That's
So
right.
I want to see them grow up.
Your grandbaby.
Yeah, yep. Man, I can't believe I'm gonna be a great grandma. You
A
know
great
how
grandson.
weird that seems.
Congratulations, honey. Again.
Well, thank you, but it just don't seem possible.
Wow.
I remember my first date with my first husband. I was 15, and I saw him at a circuit assembly. I didn't know the man from Adam, but I looked over, I caught his eye, and he caught my eye, and that it was just that split glance. And I told my girlfriends, I said, y'all don't mess with him. And they're like, "Who is he?" I said, "I don't know, but I'm going to marry him." And they're like, "Oh, really?" I'm like, "Yeah." 6 months later, hey, we were married. Of course.
I just
We don't
wanted to
have-
welcome Jake. We have another guest here. Hi, Jake. How you doing?
Hey, yo, what's up? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Nice. Cool. Yeah, hello.
Hey, Jay.
Hey, Jay.
Hey,
Nice to have you here, man.
thank you.
I don't know how long you were waiting. I every once in a while I look at the screen and see if someone's on. But I saw you there.
Yeah,
Good to
no,
have
not
you, man.
very-
We always like having new guests or new people.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, no, I wasn't waiting very long. Just a few minutes.
Cool. Where are you from?
I'm from Washington State.
All right, word.
Yeah. What about you guys?
I'm from Rhode Island, but I live in like outside of Nashville, Tennessee.
Okay, cool.
From
My friend Debbie Moore is from Tennessee, I think. But I can't remember what part.
Memphis, Tennessee.
Yeah, it
And
was
I lived
Memphis,
in
yeah.
North Platte, Nebraska.
Yeah.
It's freaking cold.
Kevin's from New Hampshire,
Yeah, I'm from Cali.
and he's from Cali.
Nice. So equal representation, East Coast versus West Coast.
Isaac.
Yep. And north to south, actually. Are you on? Do you tune in much, Jay? Are you usually on here in the chat or anything?
No, this is my first time joining.
Oh, well, thanks
Oh,
for coming on, man.
so were you raised a JW? Are you still one or not? Or
Yo, say that again.
were you a Jehovah's Witness?
No, I'm not even quite sure what I'm into right now. I just seen the link and joined, so I'm just kind of going with the flow right now.
That's
Oh,
cool.
okay.
Well, we're getting some traffic here tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, for whatever reason, you guys ended up in my recommended when I joined. There was kind of like a recommended video list, and I'm like, okay, who's live right now? And for whatever reason, you guys were there.
That's cool. Yeah, we're all ex Jehovah's Witnesses, and we all heal from what we went through and try to help people who are leaving the cult, because it's a religious cult. It's not a religion. It's a cult in the disguise of it. It's really a real estate corporation. But we've all been hurt so bad from it that we all kind of heal from it. We expose them, and we've made a lot of friends and got a big community from it. I have a lot of us have been isolated so badly that when you get shunned, you lose every friend that you ever had because you're not allowed to have outsiders. They call them worldly people as friends. So it's a really hardcore thing to go through, and we just try to have a nice strong community where we heal together.
Okay.
Awakening after the Watchtower too. We also, a lot of us became awake politically and religiously in certain different ways. Not everybody politically, but we became awake from just bullshit. And that's
Yeah,
part
but
of
we're
the
not
reason
part
why.
of the woke movement. We're
Well, no,
awake,
we're
but
not.
not woke.
We're awake, but we're not woke.
Right.
Good
So what's
point,
your
Debbie. Yeah,
so
we're not woke.
so I was going to ask just to kind of get a understanding. So what would be your definition of awake but not woke? So like, what would be your yeah.
I'm awake. I'm awake to the lies of a religion and this a cult in the disguise of a religion that told me that I had to do certain things to make paradise, and that I had to shun people, and that I had to do. All of it was laced in lies. Everything that we did, they foretold the end of the world, and in 1975 and many other dates, and it never came. And it's done a lot of the shunning has caused suicides, a lot of problems, division of families. They don't take blood transfusions, so children have and adults have sacrificed their lives to not God but to Watchtower, and so that's what we do. We're trying to help people realize that don't follow men, I'm not very a religious person at all. I'm more of a spiritual person, but it's like if you're going to follow anyone, you follow Christ's example. That's it. It's as simple as that. Just be kind to others, and that's as far as I go religiously. Um, I don't. You don't have to follow no religion, and I think a lot of my audience agrees with me. Some of them are religious, and that's fine. But
Jay, what
we're
does woke mean to you? What does the word
yeah.
woke?
What does woke mean to you? Because awake to me is realizing the. Let me just sum it up in one word. Awake to me, because you did ask me a question. Awake to me is seeing people who are conspiring against you and waking up to that. You are conspiring against me, no matter what it is. And I'm not just saying conspiracy theories, but just people who conspire against you and you realize it. And I've had that happen to me a lot of my life, and a lot of other people have. And we're awake from that. We're awake from the conspiration, from what Watchtower did to us. And me personally, these are just my beliefs. I'm awake politically in some ways that I don't really tend to share to start arguments or to avoid arguments.
And we're awake. We're not part of a high control group anymore.
Nope.
And the Jehovah's Witnesses cover up child sex abuse
And we're awake to that.
and pedophilia.
Yeah, we're awake to all the child sex abuse cover-ups, and
Yeah.
because it's on the news, you can just look
Yeah.
it up in Pennsylvania, in Utah, in
All over the
Norway,
world.
all over the world.
Yeah.
Australia.
Yep.
So, all right, yeah, cool. I get it. So, like, if you're awake to that, then like, what do you do about it outside of being aware of it? Is there any action?
Yeah, we actually protest, some of us. We have this channel here where we actually do have some witnesses that call in sometimes, and it challenges their belief systems. It's not often, but they do comment in the comment section, so it does some good. And we are offered to challenge Jehovah's Witnesses' beliefs in a really calm manner, just using the Bible, but they refuse to do it. And me being a Jehovah's Witness for over 30 years, I have like room to get on them a little bit because I was one of them. You know, like they should respect the fact that I was fourth generation born in, and I wouldn't leave and abandon. Like I didn't abandon my family; they abandoned me. But I wouldn't sacrifice telling the truth to my family and friends about how they were being duped for nothing if I didn't truly believe it. And I believe in telling the truth. And like this is very controversial, but like I used to tell my mother to stay away from certain medical procedures, and she used to think I'm crazy, and now she definitely thinks I'm crazy because of all the controversy. That was 15 years ago for that. So it's just when I say awake too, it doesn't mean we're always right, but like to think outside the box, and Watchtower really comes down on critical thinking, the place we came from, the cult. And critical thinking is important because to think like the masses, you're a fool. You don't have wisdom. But if you can critically think something for yourself and look at it, and I think I don't know if Debbie Moore and Kevin agree with me, but that's and everyone else, but that's a part of being awake is looking at something for yourself.
Yeah, and we're also, most of us are also awake to what's going on in the world politically, the World Economic Forum, the WHO, all that mess, and all the pandemic and all that crap. I can't really be calm when I'm talking about all that mess because it just irritates the crap out of me.
So,
I want to
so
fight
let
somebody.
me
I
ask you
mean,
a
I know I
question.
can't do it.
Yeah,
What?
like let me ask you a question. Like, I get that. The only thing that I'm a bit skeptical of is that kind of once you go down that rabbit hole, then like once you put that lens on, then it's almost as if everything has to come from a conspiratorial place. Like I do agree that we should be more, aware or awaken in terms of like the things that are going on in the world, right? Like we look at the pandemic, quote unquote, like what that was involved, like the World Health Organization, like how all that shit worked and how we have questions surrounding that. I understand that, but it doesn't mean that every single thing that goes on in the world is a conspiracy. I think there needs to be a
No,
balance.
No,
absolutely, Jake.
I
There needs
don't
to be a
believe that
balance, right?
either.
I don't
You're
believe
Between
that
right.
either.
and
No,
I'm
you're
not,
right.
and I'm not
No,
saying
you're
that,
right.
and
I
I'm not saying
agree.
that anybody in here is like that. I'm just saying that sometimes what tends to happen is that once you put that lens on, you view the world as everything is a conspiracy, and then when
Right.
everything becomes a
I
conspiracy,
agree.
people kind of get trapped in that. So when you talk about critical thinking, you also need to separate, like what is like. Although I like to wear this lens and view the world from this perspective, there's also things that are not, conspiratorial, and things are as they seem sometimes. So like, how do you create that balance between that?
Well, I think you have to just try to do it yourself and not be influenced by others, and do the math, do the research yourself. Try not to let someone influence you. Me personally, like, you don't have to listen to me. If you're a flat earther, that's fine, but I don't believe in that shit at all. There's so like if I was to be labeled a conspiracy theorist, I'd be like, well, I don't believe in flat Earth, and I don't believe in lizard people. You know what I mean? Like, you have to use your own judgment. If you do believe in that, I don't mean to knock you, but yeah, that's bullshit to me. But
Okay, cool.
that's just my personal opinion. I'm not pushing that on anybody. However you feel is how you feel. But yeah, like, you have to find a boundary of what you think is real and what isn't real.
For sure. And I'm just trying to understand like the framework, right? So it's like, what do you use as a reference, right? To like
I guess
determine
your
what,
intuition, your gut,
right?
I guess that's what you do. Research, intuition, your gut, and love. What if what you're doing, does it equal love? Does it equal hate? Does it make sense that maybe our government's doing things to us that aren't so nice? Yeah, probably.
Right.
I
Right.
don't think they have our best interest at all times whatsoever.
But would that mean that like every decision that's made is not in best interest, or do you feel that government are capable of making decisions that are in the best interest? Because they're also a part of like society as well, right? Although
Yeah,
you may classify them as like an
it
elite.
depends on the person in power.
Okay.
What are their intentions? Are their intentions to help other people, or are their intentions to not help other people? I guess it comes down to that. Are their intentions selfish? Which is what we have in our organization as Jehovah's Witnesses. These men, they claim that they help people in relief effort when there's hurricanes and stuff and rebuild their homes. But what they're doing is they're asking the people for the insurance checks and making sure they get them. So not only are they doing free, they're getting free labor from the Jehovah's Witnesses because they do it as volunteer work, thinking they're doing it for God. It's a scam. And then they come and take the insurance check, but you're not getting like the greatest contractors sometimes. You're getting, and they're not warranting their work. They just fix it and go. And so it is a scam, and that's how we become awake to things like that. I don't consider myself a sheep. I'm a sheep with God, but I'm not a sheep to men. I'm not a wolf, but I'm definitely a goat. I'm stubborn, and I will resist. I will resist the authority when the authority is wrong, because I obey God's rules over man's. Not to be an extremist. And I haven't broken any law. I have a clean record. I've never been. I got arrested once for driving with a suspended license because I didn't know it. I didn't know that I owed not a parking ticket, a speeding ticket. But and that doesn't mean anything. It just means I haven't gotten caught for doing something stupid yet. But I'm 42 years old, and I try. I try to be something to my community, even though I'm a broken man. Go ahead, Debbie.
Talking about the sheep and the goats, it's fine not to be a sheep because sheep are really stupid. They will follow, they will just keep going right. If the leader of the pack goes over the cliff, they're going to go right along with them. They need a shepherd to guide them so that they don't fall off a cliff. A goat might go off the cliff, but a goat can climb on them rocks, usually. And
Yeah.
but a goat is just, they're smarter than a sheep. And that's not to say a sheep is bad or a sheep or a person who is sheep like. it really means some. Sorry about moving my phone.
No, you're good.
It's more. It's just more like you don't have to just go with. That's what I'm saying. The sheep just go with the flow. They don't necessarily know where they're going. They just go where they're told. And that is what people in cults do. They go where they're just told. And
Yep.
people need some kind of guidance so they don't go over the cliff. And we know that's just like leading a sheep to the slaughter in a cult.
There was a movie called The Maddening Crowd, I think, something like that. And it starts off with this guy who's a sheep herder, and his whole livelihood is invested in his sheep. He's got a good business with it, and the one of his dogs messes up the dog messes up the fence, and to make a long story short, the dog chases the sheep, and the sheep all jump off a cliff. Every single one of them, they all die. Every single sheep, just one after another, kept jumping off the cliff and died in this movie. And when I saw that, I'm like, yeah, that's Jehovah's Witnesses, or that's cults. It could be a religious cult, it could be a political cult, whatever side, whatever religion. We've already seen this shit happen with what was it? The Kool-Aid guy, Jones. And that's what happens when you're in a trance and when you're focused on something that's pagan or wrong, or something that's demonic, basically, or something that's not out for your best interest. And we just have to be careful of things like that. That's what we do here. We try to help people heal from any exposure like that.
Hello.
You know, abundance create just made a good comment too. Ask yourself why you want to know, and can you be comfortable with not having an absolute answer. Also, we need to be balanced with our time and our heart. Yeah, I'm not always balanced, I'll admit it. I'm not.
Well, none of us
I
can
want to
be, right?
know. I do. I want to, and I keep asking, and then I'll ask something else, and then something else, and yeah, I can get on my own nerves doing that.
Yeah, I feel you.
Look, Jay's picture is showing a face with red tape across the mouth. That's
I like it.
significant. Yeah.
Yeah, it is significant.
Yeah.
It's because certain people get silenced that are onto something. I don't like to be political on this show, but if I had my own YouTube channel, I would just say it. This is Rick Barron's show, but I'd try to. It's my show too. I have creative freedom here, but I try not to get too political to get in trouble. Not just in trouble for Rick, but for myself, because sometimes you get hatred for your beliefs. So I pick and choose my battles.
Well, we've had plenty of hatred for our beliefs in the past anyway, Eric.
Yeah, I know. I guess you get numb to it.
Yeah, I would like to have my own YouTube channel, but then I'm thinking, would I really? Because
I don't want to deal with the comment section.
I don't. I don't either, because I get worked up.
Mm.
But I mean,
we switched to a format where everyone can call in, like yourself and Jake and anybody, because I can monitor it. We switched to StreamYard because in the past, like the last couple of weeks ago, I just had callers in just harassing me, through the phone line. So now I can, if somebody harasses me, I can just hit the X button and they're gone. But I can't deal with that. There's a lot of sick people from that left our organization, right, Debbie? Not everybody healed from the Watchtower. Because the Watchtower, don't you agree, Debbie? Didn't our organization attract a lot of weirdos, a lot of weird people? No, it did. I mean, there's a ton of perverts. We have a child sex abuse problem up the roof. I mean, but
Yeah.
even weird people, but even like people who are socially retarded, if you will, or people
Well,
who like suck the life out of you.
yeah.
There was a lot of weirdo Jehovah Witnesses. And they
Well,
didn't get the best.
also think about it from this: witnesses were considered sheep, and
Yeah.
if sheep don't have a lot of sense, people are going to play on that. So it's going to attract weirdos because they're thinking, oh, well, we can control those people. We can manipulate them. Whatever we say goes, they'll do whatever. That's basically, I think, why a lot of perverts and weirdos and idiots get attracted to it. And we were gullible as all get out, and just, I don't know. A lot of us were followers, but then we were like, I'll follow, but then, that's far enough. Well, okay, I'll go a little further up, stop. It's kind of one of those things where you're never quite sure of anything. Still not. You think you're a weirdo, Eric, or do you think I'm a weirdo?
No.
No.
If you are, then I am too, because we're the same tribe.
I know. Booker asked me, "Am I disfellowshipped?" Well, I was told years ago I was, but I had not had a committee meeting. No elders ever called me, but I had moved across the country, and I had never met with any elders here either. But the sister told me that nobody would talk to me because I was labeled an apostate. And then I had an aunt in another town. I called her. I was in a very tragic accident. And I called her. I was laying in a nursing home on my back because I couldn't move. And she just heard my voice. And she said, "Don't you ever call me again, you evil apostate. You are dead to me," and hung up. And I'm like, what the heck is she talking about? But see, witnesses, they do judge people. They do throw you out like you're yesterday's garbage.
Mhm.
Used goods. No, not worth having, not worth living. They consider you literally as dead.
My brother and I both got disfellowshipped around the same time, and we were living together at my parents' house. And we had an ultimatum to have to leave, and we both left immediately. And my brother was like 18 and had nowhere to go, and I was like 25 maybe, and had nowhere to go either at the time because I was in a bad place. And my cousin took me in, and my brother's girlfriend took him in, now wife. But it's just like, how do you do that to your family just because of religious rules? You don't throw your family. I could, if I had kids. I don't have children, but I could never do that to my child. There's not, unless my child was endangering my life or doing something really, really wrong, like I'm talking like criminal. Like, I'm not gonna. Of course, my child's welcome in the house. Like, I don't. I don't have to go there, but there's so many experience in that on XJW Reddit. We have 100,000 subscribers, just about 99 or something around there. The community is growing a lot all around different platforms. But anyways, I'm about to close down, but if let's see, I think Jake left. If Isaac wants to close with anything, or I think Grace is still on and Debbie's still on. But if anybody wants to close with some words before I close the show, I'm about to.
Look, can I finish answering Booker, please?
Oh yeah, go ahead, Debbie, and I'll keep
Okay.
going as long as someone has something to say. But I'm going to shut
All I
down
was going to say is
Go ahead,
somebody told me, they told me I was disfellowship, but no elders ever confirmed it. But no witnesses talked to me for over 13 years. And then a couple of years ago, I was called by my dad's old business partner, who was an elder down south. And he told me he didn't know anything about me being disfellowship. And I was like, but that's what I was told. And anyway, come to find out, he said I was never disfellowshipped. So I disassociated myself right then and there on the spot because I'm like, I don't want no part of the thing where people can spread rumors about you that can completely destroy your life and end your everything you've ever known. But apparently, since Booker asked me, was I disfellowshipped, Booker's been a Jehovah's Witness.
Mhm.
So, and I want to say one more thing. I like what Abundance Creates says. All humans are a little weird. As long as it's not hurtful, then it just means we're unique, and that's okay.
Yeah.
That's wonderful to say it like that. I always say I'm unique. I'm one of a kind. We all are.
Mhm.
Think of how bad it would be if we weren't. If we were all the same,
Yeah.
and a little weird's fine too.
Well,
So.
why would be all robots? Like we call Jehovah's Witnesses. If Isaac knows anything about Star Trek, I've said this before or already tonight, but we call them the Borg, because they all act the same. They're all robotic and think the same, act the same. They all have to feel the same. It's the bite model. I can't remember who it is that came up with it, this ideology, but it's behavior, information, thought, and emotional control. Did I say
There'd
it
be
all?
no relative room or like relative thought of self almost.
Yes, exactly. You
There
have
would
it
be no like
100% correct.
yeah, if there was no difference, we would just be like not seeing the difference between good and evil. It would just
They have their own
be
definition of what it is. They come up with what's good and evil,
I
and
see.
they become God
Ooh, scary.
because they give so many rules and they change them constantly, and so they play God basically.
Yeah. I had a theory like there's a fallen angel or like an angel with the name like Morana, it sounds like. I think it's one of the angels that brought the tablets or something. Told them where they were. It's like, does the angel run this thing? The fallen angels
You're
on Earth,
talking
do
about
they
the
have churches?
Mormons,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
you're talking about Morona is that angel that supposedly led Joseph Smith to those tablets.
Yeah.
But
Oh,
that's
really?
not quite the
So
Yeah,
same.
that's
yeah.
not Jehovah's Witness. Yeah, we don't
Oh
believe
yeah,
in that
yeah.
at all.
I mixed it up. My bad.
No, it's okay because we are similar, so it would be mixed up.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
was thinking more like cult related. I want like just
Well,
random thought.
you're on track because we are
Yeah.
so close. It's just there's different teachings, but the principles are the same. They shun too.
Yeah.
There's what do we call it, Debbie? A hierarchy, right? There's a hierarchy in both cults
Yeah.
Mhm.
because
Yeah,
you
so
have
my
different
thought,
classes of
yeah.
heaven that you're going to in the Mormons,
Mhm.
and then Jehovah's Witnesses kind of have that too because they have like people that are going to heaven, but it's not many, and then there's other people that are lowlier and they'll be on the earth, and they'll rule over them. It's weird. But
Yes, yeah.
it's all comes from pagan practices. That's why it's so similar.
Yeah, it makes me like that's why I've tied in like if it's true that the fallen angels are on Earth, they would probably have like a church or a religion as like a false thing.
Yeah, I'm sure they have a lot of them. If that's true, it's possible though.
hypothetically.
It's possible there are fallen angels on the earth. I believe that demons.
Oh yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
They'd be doing something.
I've always wondered one thing, and y'all are welcome to your opinions. What the heck is up with the crop circles? Did a machine do it? I don't think
With
so.
what?
The crop circles. The crop circles that exist, those, you know what I'm talking about? The cornfields that make those
Well, they've
designs.
showed people making them. Have you seen
Yeah,
them?
so they actually can do that. That's not just a myth that like some spirit creature bent it and
No,
and
they
perfect.
people can make them, and it takes a lot of mathematics and all that kind
Yeah.
of stuff to
So
figure out
that's what that is
exactly.
all over the world. It was never
Yeah.
the Jehovah's Witness gossip that went around.
Yeah. Well,
I've had theories. If it
That's
was
how I
real,
heard that. I never knew what to think of it. I was just like, I don't know.
yeah,
I didn't buy into it, but I just didn't know.
yeah.
Scientology is also a cult.
Yeah, Scientology, they're different, but they're similar to us in some ways too. Because it's the way that they the biggest thing that we have in common is when you leave the faith, the so-called faith, and how you're treated when you leave. And if you're completely excommunicated, and it's basically emotional blackmail, and that's one of the clear signs of a cult.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know about some stuff that's just like so weird, and like the connections I have to people in Hollywood is so weird. Shouldn't even be here. Shouldn't even be on this timeline.
Hollywood is a cult, so the fact
Yeah.
that you have family members in that's rough. Are they deep in it, or are they able to like just kind of skim through it, like
I'm not sure
and not
anymore.
be?
It was only like a short public phase of it.
Yeah. I think that the longer you're in it, forgive me for not knowing. I'm not good with actors and celebrities. In fact, you know what? I'm gonna tell my story. I acted like a jackass to a jackass. I live in Gallatin, Tennessee, and you know who I ran into? What the heck's the guy's name from Jackass?
Black Johnny. What's his name?
Nope, not him. The other one.
Steve-O?
Steve-O. I ran into Steve-O, and I'm like, I was in the gardening section. It was 9 o'clock at night, and the store's going to close down in an hour. And I was just looking at some of the plants, and I'm like, "Hey, I know you." And I called him Johnny Knoxville, but it was Steve-O. And he just looked at me and smiled. And I looked at him and I said, "Shit, I don't know your name." And somebody corrected me later. And I said, "I'm stuck with celebrities because I don't care, but I do know who you are." And he just laughed and he kept walking. And then I made a comment to him that was a jackass comment, but I figured, what the hell, anyways? He's a jackass. I just made a comment of who you're voting for, and I said it out loud who I am, and I'm not going to say who. I've never voted in my life, but I'm going to this time. But it was a cool experience that happened. But I never really run into celebrity. There's only one other time I ran into a celebrity, and no one will know who she was. Her name was Poe. It was a musician in the '90s. Not too popular, but it was in New England. But yeah, it was good experience. I don't know why I'm sharing it. It's late night.
You know what? My son tricked me. He wanted to take me to the movies. He wanted to surprise me. So he made me put on a blindfold, and I kept saying, "No, don't you take me to something, bad or anything." "Oh no, Mom, I wouldn't do that." Like, okay, so we get in there, and it's pitch black, dark in the theater, and I hadn't been to a movie in like 15 years when this happened. And so I sat down, huh?
What are you taking to see?
Jackass.
Oh.
I was so mad at him.
A blindfold for Jackass?
Huh?
A blindfold for Jackass?
He knew I wouldn't go in to see it.
Oh.
So it was a trick. He thought it was hilarious. And it was so dadgum dark, I couldn't get out. So I had to sit there. I thought that stupidity makes me mad. I don't really get mad. I get, not happy.
Yeah.
I don't know how that's different, but in my mind, it's not the same. But anyway, I'll be quiet now.
Oh, no, you're good.
Now I'm going to say something. I'm sorry.
No worries.
Do you go by Isaac?
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah.
You got a long name. Yeah. Isaac Braden Elohim Risen Christ.
Yeah.
Is that your own church type name?
No, I just did that one day online. I was like, Isaac Braden's my name. And I was like, Elohim, God, risen, like a conscious state of being. I guess Christ would be that conscious state.
Cool. That's cool, man. Okay. That's cool that you are a spiritual person. Being younger, and religion's not really the way to go, dude. Even one of the Jehovah's Witnesses leaders that we had said religion is a snare and a racket.
How old are you? Isaac Braden, how old are you?
I kind of know. I'm 28.
All right, word. I
Oh,
knew you were in
okay.
your 20s.
I got a granddaughter your age.
Yeah.
Is that the one that is having a child right now?
No,
No.
she's the only one that's not having one right now. She wants one,
Jesus.
but
Oh,
she's with another jackass. That's all there is to it. That's why she's
I got you.
not getting one.
Yeah. You ever experienced anything with lucid dreaming?
What do you mean by lucid dreaming?
Like where you know you're dreaming?
I've
Well,
had trouble coming out of a dream before and feeling like I was living it all day, sometimes for several days, where I can't like like I'm not sure if I'm awake or asleep almost. I don't know if that's
See,
what lucid dreaming is, but
it is. Yeah.
it
Like
is.
that's pretty
Oh,
close. If you knew
okay.
you were dreaming and you couldn't get back to your body, then yeah.
I'm the opposite. If I have a dream that I really like, especially, it goes away and I wake up and I'm like, no.
yeah, you want to
I
go
feel like,
back to it.
yeah, I feel like that Dane Cook skit where he like had a joke and he was like dreaming of like being with Cindy Crawford in the beach. It was the 90s. And then he starts to wake up and he's like, no, Cindy, no. But I relate to that. That's how and then my dreams are another thing. I have a really bad dream that recurs all the time where I crunch down on food or whatever and my teeth turn to glass and every single one of my teeth are breaking out of my body at once.
Yeah.
And I've
I
had
used to
like
have that.
twister dreams too. And it's just, these are all signs of like your life being out of control and not like having control of it. I haven't had the teeth or the twister dream in a long time.
That's good.
Yeah. I think it was part of the cult, being in like the pressure of being around my family of always like, I relate so much to the Linkin Park song where
Yeah.
he says somewhere where I belong and about the control from his, I think it was his mother that he's talking about in the song. I'm not sure, but I can't be what you want me to be. And, yeah, once I broke free of all that pressure, I was able to like, I was a self harm cutter from it, and I haven't cut myself in I don't remember how many years now, like
I
5.
see. So yeah, so was I.
Really?
Yeah,
And
it was from
what
my
caused your childhood?
after my coma. Had like a lot of everything was spiritual, everything was divine, everything was God, everything was connected, everything was synchronized, everything was perfect. Like, and then all of a sudden I took uh, a datura, the angel's trumpet, and I don't know, I just went down a hill after that for like a, a long time. And then now I went to mental hospital. I'm still on that medicine, and they like forced me to take it. I don't want to take it.
What were you in a coma from?
Skateboarding accident, outer body experience, and I remember being out of my body and everything. And I remember looking
I
over the
had
whole
that
earth from
before too.
a house. Yeah,
Did you have
it
must
really
have, I
changed my
mean,
belief.
concussion is probably putting it mildly. You must have major head trauma.
Bleeding, yeah.
Yeah.
Brain, I ripped my brain in 3 spots.
Oh.
Somehow I'm walking. And I didn't know who I was when I went to sleep, but I woke up and I know who I was. It's usually not like that.
I had an out of body experience when I was having my son. They missed the right spot in my back for an epidural. And what they gave me, it stopped my heart, my breathing from the waist up, everything stopped. And I killed over. And I remember I floated up in the corner of the room and I was watching them and I'm thinking, you idiot, I came here to have a baby and you murdered both of us. I couldn't believe it. I was yelling at them. Of course, they didn't hear me. And then I saw a male nurse straddling my belly doing CPR. And then they were running with me to the operating room. And then I remember I went right back into my body. And then I woke up in the recovery room, and a nurse was, they do their like knead your stomach, and they had done a emergency cesarean, but she was kneading my stomach like that on top of where I had just been operated on. And my knee jerk reaction was double up my fist and knock the holy crap out of her, which is what I did. But then they tied me down so I couldn't do it again. But I went unconscious and died fighting, and so when I came back to and was conscious, that's what I went right, because I was trying to save my life and my baby.
Yeah.
But yeah, I had that happen. And then I've had several other problems with being right at death's door and coming back twice, two other times. I've lived through a whole bunch of crap I should have been dead from.
I actually was hit by a car at 13 years old, and I don't know if I had an outer body experience, but I definitely tripped out though. I was unconscious, and they hit me about 25, 30 miles an hour. I was on my bicycle, not in a car. So I was on a bicycle, and I got hit by like a Dodge Neon, and my head hit the windshield, and I like flew into the air and came down. And I was in intensive care for like 4 or 5 days or something like that. And then I was in the hospital for like 2 or 3 weeks, and I'm a hemophiliac, I'm a bleeder. So like it was, I had 2 blood clots in my brain. But like when all that happened, I wake up, and there's like, I'm like laying down, and somebody's yelling because I think somebody tried to like raise my head in a pillow, and they're like, no, don't do that, don't touch them, because you don't know if your spine is fucked up. Sorry for swearing. And then I'm like looking up, and there's like paramedics and stuff, and I'm looking at this guy, and I'm like, Mr. Wendell, and he's like, yes. And I'm like, you're my substitute teacher. He's like, yes, I'm a paramedic as well. I'm like, what the? And that was a trip for me, all of it, because I didn't even know what happened, and because I tried to get up, and they all like kept me down. And it was the weirdest experience, just like putting it all together. You just got hit by a car. I wouldn't call that an outer body experience, but when I woke up, I didn't know where I was. I don't know. I almost thought I was dead and like out of my body. Like I think it was more of just trauma, shock of what happened to me, not so much an outer body experience. But I ended up passing out in the ambulance and then waking up again in the hospital. But it's weird because I'd pass out, but they snap and tap you in the head to wake you up. But like you come in and out of it. It's just a lot of trauma and shock. It's nothing what Debbie went through and what you went through too, my man.
Wow, that's pretty intense. Either way.
Yeah, it was still crazy that it happened. I almost lost.
We're all.
I got a settlement, a small settlement. I should have got more. My parents just settled for the very first offer. It was stupid.
Yeah.
Sometimes I wonder if that's what caused BJ's brain tumor. That
really, yeah.
Yeah. It makes me wonder. Why were you in the mental hospital, Isaac?
Why or how long? But
do you know
say why?
Why were you there?
Yeah, so I took a plant that grew near my apartment, psychoactive, and it's called Angel's Trumpet. Jimson, it's like the most potent delirium in honor, and
never heard of it.
Yeah.
So what would it be? What would it be compared to mushrooms?
Be like taking like. No, it wouldn't be compared to it, I guess, because
there's no comparison.
You get more conscious the more you take on shrooms, but this makes you less, and you're like in a dream state, and it's like the spirit world. You'll start seeing like your dead relative or something, and they'll be standing next to you, and you'll smoke a cigarette with them, and you'll swear to God you hold it and you feel it, and then it disappears.
It's a complete it's a hallucinogenic.
But you'll feel it too.
It's a real time.
It's weird. it's and they say it's connected to the spirit world, like the lore, the mythology from it. So I was like all curious, you know. So I
Sure.
destroyed an apartment thinking like I was in a fight with a spirit. And yeah, so the owner of the manager came in, she left, and like she closed the door, and then I threw a bottle at the door when she left, and they like tried to tell me it was like a threat. And I'm like, no, she came in here, didn't ask, even though it doesn't matter, I destroyed it. And then like I was fucking drunk also. So I threw a bottle at the door and shattered it. Obviously, the cops came. Yeah. And then they're like, well, you're not going to jail because you're tripping. You're crazy right now. You're going to a mental hospital.
So that's what
It's
you
like,
get thrown.
yeah, don't experiment with random plants out there, people.
Well, good to know. Sorry you went through that.
It's okay. Yeah, it's part of something I must have been part of my journey.
So do you
Yeah.
still have those hallucinogenic moments?
No, I just seem to have a like if I don't take the medicine that they tell me to take, my brain runs so fast I get overwhelmed pretty easily.
Are you bipolar?
No, I'm just my brain goes too fast. Like
Being manic? Mine does that, but I was
it's just
diagnosed
too
with
fast.
bipolar disorder decades ago, but my brain now I think I'm just ADHD, attention deficit disorder, you know. But yeah, it's
Do you
hard to control your
react too
thoughts.
fast, Isaac?
Maybe.
Like, is that
seem to
no?
just
Is
go
that
with
like,
the
are you
flow in the moment.
hyperactive? Like, without like maybe smoking a little herb or something?
Yeah, I have ADD and I can't decide what to do and I'll pace a lot
Yeah. Okay.
because I don't know what to
Do
do.
you start one thing and do another? You know,
Yeah,
task
all
or
day.
something? Yeah.
But I could go get on my bike and do that for 5 hours or something like that. But yeah, I don't know. My attention span is not good. And I also did some sketchy, weird tested stuff on me. I went through the coma and they recommended I try the brain therapy with electric shock, believe it or not. And I believed them, and it came out worse.
Oh no.
Yeah. And I guess you sign shit, and who knows who knows.
Well, you know, they do use it's called ECT, which is electric shock treatments, but it's also called electric convulsive therapy, where they make you have a seizure from the.
This wasn't that. Though.
It wasn't that.
No, it was electrodes and a grounding cable.
Jesus, you had hardcore torture done to you, basically. I know one woman that went through that, and it fried her because they did it.
Dude, it did. It fried me, and I literally took shrooms and like psychedelics to try to get back on it, and I would go 60 days straight on that shit because my brain was fried, dude. I don't remember like 6 months after it.
Are you okay now?
I've somehow am back somehow.
I'm not. I'm not. Just so the audience knows, I'm not completely condoning drugs at all. But like, there has been scientific proof that they can heal certain situation mushrooms.
That's why I did it.
Yeah, I've done them too, man. And I'm not promoting that. I don't want my audience to please say, hey, why or YouTube getting mad at me. But it has been proven to do certain things for people and heal them from certain traumatic experiences.
Even lions.
And there are other natural medicines too. Even like I'll be honest with you, I know this is stupid, but like Mother Earth is really powerful because the other day I was like cooking some rice. It was in a Instant Pot, and by accident my arm hit the spout, so the steam came out and burned me. And I got a scar now from it, but it hurt real bad. And I put I had some cannabis oil, and that's in an edible form, and I put it on there, and I took some lavender oil and I put that on there. I think that lavender oil is what really worked, but I don't know. The combination worked because the scar happened really fast, and I had no pain after like 15, 20 minutes. And Mother Nature can really heal you. I have like a lot of.
You know what? When God put us on this earth, He created the earth for us, so the earth would naturally have everything we should ever need as a human. And of
Sure.
course, mankind has polluted the earth, but still, there's a lot of natural. If you just know how to look and where to look and how to identify different plants and herbs, and then how to grow the right ones and everything. I wish so bad that I was physically able to live off grid. I would so do it. And I would have gardens everywhere you could imagine.
Oh, I feel you. Well, hey guys, I don't mean to cut anybody off, but I've been on for a while, and we're getting just about 2 o'clock my time, 5 minutes from. So I'm gonna cut it off. But I just wanted to say to Jake, who left already, but Isaac, who's here right now, it was really good talking to you. You're welcome here anytime. And I'm not on every Saturday. I'm on every other Saturday. But you're welcome to come on other people's shows too. There's a older couple that comes on next week. But yeah, I'm around 8 o'clock. Sorry, I'm around 9 to 10 o'clock Eastern time every other week from now.
It's 7 here, I think.
Okay, cool. Where are you from again? Remind me. Cali, yeah, okay. Yeah, that's my buddy JP's from there. But yeah, man, great talking to you. And I'm gonna end the broadcast. And I just wanted to conclude in saying thank you to my audience, all you beautiful people. I love you, and thanks for listening to us. Love you, Debbie, and I love you too, Isaac. It's great to have you. We're here to give love and share our love and take on people's stories and pain. And it's really good to be here. And I used to call my show Red Pilled from the Watchtower after the Matrix, because we all took that pill to wake up and come out of something, come out of control, and to find some kind of personal freedom. But y'all have a great night and take care.
Night.
All right, good night, y'all. How do I end it?